fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
Oh God, he's so stupid. Please, Ethan, please know this.
Explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian, you moron, you racist piece of
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
You are
Zionist
out of your
violence
mind.
is not.
Hasan Biker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
By the way, this is the highest stakes debate Hasan has ever done. Not because of the intellectuality of what's involved, not because of the subject matter, not because of any of that, but because he's fighting another figure with a large amount of clout that he can't control, and he can't control the other people around him. And so it is the most nerve-wracking type of situation that Hasan can be involved in.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
God. Don't drag in other people. Not just Destiny, but no banned people. I'll get banned instantly. Please, Ethan, don't do that.
I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievance.
And issue specific. We don't want to talk about our behavior. I just want to talk about the genocide. Please. No drama slop. Just talk about the genocide, please.
This is with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that.
But let's talk about the genocide.
I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's...
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, I'll do up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like...
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the
belief that Israel should. Zionism is the belief that Israel should exist as a Jewish majority state. That's what Zionism is. Nothing more, nothing less.
The belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area.
Okay, close enough. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
Oh my God.
As long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology.
Can somebody get this guy some zins?
I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to
zins?
add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me add.
Ethan is talking specifically about the establishment of Israel. Hasan is being general and saying Zionism broadly is unethical. Ethan shouldn't agree to this point.
Ask you.
Hasan is going to say Zionism necessitates apartheid, ethnic cleansing, all these other things. So Ethan shouldn't agree here.
Okay. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I participated in other YouTube videos as well. In the past.
But that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by a journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. It was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why
He's
they
not
made
gonna
any
care
of
about
this. All right, so you
No.
let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
It's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the Content Cop. Idubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little.
Oh, Ethan is doing such a great job holding him on topic here. It was so good to make fun of the two. What? You don't understand? Did I stutter? Hasan desperately wants to move this into an area that he's more comfortable with. Oof.
Confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is
On the video.
Idubbbz's Content Cop.
Correct.
Yep.
That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
You literally were in the video. You have no opinion about any of it at all? You don't care? It was one of the largest videos that's been released on this like sphere of the internet for however long, and you just have no thoughts or topics or opinions about that's literally targeting your ex co-host of the largest podcast. You have no opinions about any of this at all? You're just indifferent to all of it? You watched the whole thing on stream.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled CPS Came to My House, Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan,
I don't want to talk
think
about.
you know my position on this, as I've made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying
inappropriate
your
to call
friend
CPS
Hasan
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you
with
don't like.
did
I
a
don't know
total
why you're-
fucking
I don't know
hit
why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
Oh, no, Ethan shouldn't have let up. He should have continued to apply pressure. Don't feel bad for him. Hasan relies on all these types of like sociopathic people rely on some natural level of empathy that you'll feel uncomfortable pushing them, and then, you know, they can kind of move back into whatever they want to talk about. But no, that is true. Why didn't he mention the CPS call? I don't care about your particular opinion. Hasan did this, remember, when we were arguing about the women rape thing, where it's like, do you think a woman should call a cop on a guy who's approaching her in an alleyway if the guy looks like he could be an immigrant? And Hasan was like, well, I wouldn't call the cops. I'm not asking about you, motherfucker. He argues like this all the fucking time.
I don't have any, like...
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about
Hasan,
this.
I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You
Go
know who
ahead.
also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow,
God
God forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stopped doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
because
against
I am victim of the
CPS.
same exact thing that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay, ask me a
that sort of
question.
thing, and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
and
good.
I don't
Ask me
know
a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast, called CPS got called on me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with Idubbbz instead of me.
Okay. See that? It's the endless pivoting, the endless lack of accountability. Yeah, actually, Dr. K was just talking about this with another streamer, Pirate Software. This is the Trump strategy. Everybody does this. I can't believe it took me so long to see this pattern of behavior.
Hey, sure, ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in Idubbbz's Content Cop.
You're literally credited as a writer. What are you talking about?
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
Is it?
Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about.
Hello?
You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next
topic.
topic.
You asking me about Idubbbz's editorial decisions in his Content Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Okay, great, awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he already said yes. Why are you running his dialogue tree? Oh my God.
Great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount?
Dude, how do people say that I'm tweaking out? What the
Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know.
I like how he subtly inserts the idea there that, listen to what he's saying. He's not saying that you've been speaking out in favor of the genocide. He's saying you've been speaking out against people who talk about the genocide. Like, I'm sorry, what? So if you talk about the ongoing state of affairs in Israel-Palestine, you're somehow immune from Ethan speaking negatively about you? What is this, like a fucking shield? Literally?
I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you
Yes.
guys keep harping on.
I've never,
do I
I never
think my
said that.
coverage?
I don't think
That
it's
is
the case.
exactly
I don't
what
think
you
that is
said,
the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that
Attacking pro-Palestinian
rather than
creators.
talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm
talked
answering your
about-
question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me
personal
answer?
vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
gonna explain
pro-Palestinian
that.
content creators.
Because you guys have made
Okay,
it
would you
personal.
like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer
Yeah.
it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think
Now
it's-
remember, as Hasan laughs and giggles about this because he can't explain it, remember, okay, a couple years ago, these guys were the master dog whistle spotters. These guys would relentlessly try to identify anything that they saw online. Oh, they made the OK symbol? That's a Nazi. Oh, they've got 88 somewhere in their profile? That's a Nazi. Oh, he said replacement? That's a Nazi, right? These guys were the master dog whistle spotters. But now...
It's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt, has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes,
my
it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward. on
Yeah,
your
yeah, of course
podcast
you're
already.
conceding that because we fished this up,
When I
but
made
yeah.
fun of, especially when I made fun of, I believe it
Trying
was
to get
Alexa
ahead of it, yeah.
that grabbed it, and I
You
said,
go for the swastika.
"Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly.
Just a little.
Do you think?
Yeah. So anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can
continue.
continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why?
Did you use it?
So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Yeah.
Ethan,
Answer that. Why
Answer
was
that. Don't let him get away from this. Ethan loses this whole debate if he doesn't make him answer that question. Don't let him squirm away from that. Make him answer that question. Why did you choose that sword? Why?
the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna
Please make
gently
him.
explain this to you again.
Gently?
One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it
regardless,
looks like a swastika?
I did not
Answer
make
that.
this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you
was I in
think?
the
Do you think it's
parliament?
reasonable to
It's your
perceive that as a
sword!
swastika?
Ethan,
Answer the question.
I was
Is it
not-
is it reasonable
no,
to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay, well,
Idubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't
okay,
know
well,
his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according
Yes.
to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had-
you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody.
Yep.
You made a video.
Yep.
Let me make a
dog
point here,
whistling with
Hasan,
the-
because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective
Yep.
of minority
Yes.
groups.
This is true.
Yes.
Right.
This
So
is
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing a
Okay,
Jewish.
wait,
Let me finish my point, Hasan. No, no. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at least am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan,
Don't let him do
take a
this.
deep breath.
Answer the
Okay.
question.
Oh my God, don't let him do this. Don't let him get away with this. Dude, this guy literally looks like he's tweaking out. This guy smoked 400 cigarettes before coming on.
I don't think
this.
you
Deep breath.
consult me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately
Yes.
was using
Yes.
a dog whistle in an
Yes.
Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the
Cool sword that was laying around. Dude, give me a break.
only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
It's not even a long sword. Isn't it a katana or whatever? Why does he, or does he just mean a sword that is long?
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you- oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me
You
paint a
think I'm
scenario.
waving that shit around.
Hasan, let me paint a scenario
Too heavy to hold for a picture? Hello? What?
for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So,
yes.
yeah, microaggressions,
Because-
just don't
because
exist
you're
for
asking
Jewish
me-
people.
You're asking me why Idubbbz.
It's your
made
sword,
this
bro. I don't
decision,
believe that you
and
weren't
I'm
there.
not Idubbbz.
You were
and
there, bro.
I
It's in
don't
your
know
fucking
how
house.
to do- I don't know why you're asking me.
Because
why
it's
I
your
chose
house
that.
and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
It was just
it's
a
most
cosmic
likely because
chance.
I
Okay.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I know
think,
it's in your
Am I
room
even
though,
in
and
the-
with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry,
I am
Hasan.
not
Are you
IDubbbz.
unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that
I don't
IDubbbz should have
think,
removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling a
what you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a very
And
odd
also,
coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm
Just throw the
exaggerating.
emoji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me.
Yeah, yep, downplay, downplay, move on. Yeah, dude, this is every abusive, every crazy, manipulative fucking behavior. Yeah, oh, you got me. Okay, fine. Oh, you got me, dude. Whatever.
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not what I'm
anti-Semitism.
saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yep.
Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't
literally
do
did.
that.
Okay, laugh
But
about it.
again,
Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
Then why
I
should you
think
leave it
you
up?
have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man.
He's Jewish. It's not even remotely the same. Are you serious?
Man, you moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is
the
anyone in
Nazis
that
only
room
killed
Jewish?
Jews. Is
Was
that
anyone
what
in that room?
happened?
Did I?
And now Hasan, holy shit, the racism understander from 2007 has logged in. Wait, how you're allowed to say the N-word? You're black? Why can't I say the N-word? Right? Oh, Hasan, the racism understander has logged in. Are you serious?
draw
Do the Nazis
swastika
only kill
one
Jews
time
even?
on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times?
Why did I
since
do a
Elon
Sig
Musk did
Heil?
it?
Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by
Oh my god. Keep in mind, Hasan is the king of like out of context, out of context, out of context.
the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you going
clarifying.
to tell
My
black
bad.
people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Dude, we're connected. We're mind connected.
Okay.
Holy
so
shit.
You think that being able to draw this, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are
He
you
doesn't
saying?
even, and Hasan can't even engage with the question. Oh my god.
Yeah, to me, you
That's the
posed
point
with the
of contention
swastika.
here. You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the sword in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword.
I don't
Ethan.
believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke.
Yes, it is. It is productive. I am going to talk about what I want to talk about. Hell yeah, King.
Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic flute, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
drew on
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish
PewDiePie,
man.
how long ago?
I depicted
All
a
right, that's
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless
No,
joke
I'm just making sure.
on
Okay,
Idubb's
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You
10
said
years
this is
ago?
the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The
Accusing
fact that
people of
you
being
can't
anti-Semitic.
even
I
concede that
jokingly
looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So let
if
me-
I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Yes.
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck
so you
no,
it's
they
not
know
a
that
swastika,
looks
but
like
you
a
keep calling it
swastika.
swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brand.
Like, remember, this is the politics understander, okay? He knows about dog whistles. He knows about subversive messaging. He knows about agitprop. But like, for this, he's like, like he sounds like a gamer bro from 2016. That's a symbol of peace, my friend. What do you mean a swastika? Didn't you know that meant peace before the Nazis?
They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic
Wait,
fluke.
do you
You
think
brandished
that
what
only,
I...
do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the
my
symbol, not the
God.
sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm speculating
he
on
left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was
a
a
person
mistake, he could have
who
deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I don't
ask
know.
me.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing
You
this
don't need
wrong.
to. Go ahead.
I am not
Ask me the next
Idubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going
I'm
on
not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
Idubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
Idubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Mike...
Saying it directly. Yes, you are crazy, King. You're crazy. You're crazy. LOL. Crazy. LOL.
Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
Did he
what...
just say
Crazy.
King?
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what...
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck... Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
the-
have a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that
Based.
it was a mistake to use that sword?
He's not going to answer.
I don't really care about this at all.
Exactly.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah,
Well,
don't care.
that really
LOL.
shows where you're
It's
at.
like the conservatives that I debate with. I don't know about it. Oh, I don't really care about it. Oh, it's whatever. LOL. It's the same strategies. What the fuck? Where did everybody get the playbook on this? Can I see it, please?
Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So
He's so rattled. Okay. So, do you agree that it's apartheid? Oh, you attack pro-Palestinian content creators, right?
since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's
How
great.
is Hasan so locked into a script here? Did he get dumber? Is Hasan actually this incapable of having a human conversation about Israel-Palestine? He hasn't gleaned the slightest bit of information or knowledge about this conflict over the past year and a half of obsessing over it?
So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this
from-
Tabra tier
wait, hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I have a. Can I?
I have to do my
You asked and I
dialogue
answered.
tree,
Go ahead.
dude.
You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay.
He's
So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States.
Oh my God, please. Does Ethan know this line of questioning? Please, God. What does "From the River to the Sea" mean? Can Israel exist as a Jewish majority state at all? Does it have to be a Jewish minority state because Palestinians get infinite right of return? Does that therefore mean, please,
of America.
oh God,
Correct.
please, yes.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I
All I
don't
was
think
trying to
the question is what's happening right
Do you
now.
want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is,
what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no, no. I want the audience to see this,
Hassan.
Hasan.
Hold on. Can I just...
Hasan, I want the audience.
Hasan knows what's prepared ahead of time. That's why Hasan tried to get ahead of the swastika thing and him knowing it was a swastika, because he's trying to preempt Ethan. Because if Ethan is allowed to show it in the context that Ethan wants to show it, Hasan is afraid he's going to look bad. And when Hasan knows what's coming up, he's trying to get ahead of it. Oh, I know what Finkelstein said about that. Don't show it. Don't show it. Don't show it. Remember, just like when Hasan talks about me or anybody else, you can never show the original stuff. It just has to be how Hasan summarizes it for the audience, because he likes to control the image that you see. You can never look at the original material.
Said that
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on. Can I just...
Hasan, I want the audience to see this
This is not
video.
going to be a moment for you, because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
So it's nuanced and
understandable
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back.
The slogan-
Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know.
from the
I have
river
more
to the sea.
positions that I agree with them on
The video
opposites
was
as
like,
well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now, because it has too much ambiguity. When you say "from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the cherry act.
to the sea, Palestine will be free," obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan, because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I think
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not even my opinion.
I have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm
Finkelstein's not.
Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
He
it?
doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed
He says
it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
literally is
shape,
in
or
agreement
form
with
on
me.
any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
Actually,
that's
even
great.
more.
You said it was
He-
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan,
do
you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you said
didn't happen.
that-
You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does
Now,
not believe it's an anti-Semitic
very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
productive.
We'll
More
have a great
Jews,
conversation
yes,
about
Hasan.
From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke,
go ahead.
and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue,
you
my
know.
friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hasan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a
I
genocide.
can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think
I can care about two things, my friend.
incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings?
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think?
Oh my God.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that?
Then
I said
genocide?
one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
That's what he said, Hasan.
Oh, okay.
That's what he meant.
So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent.
Oh God, I'm so glad that Ethan doesn't let Hasan get away with all this fucking moralizing reframing of shit. Hasan wants to do it so bad. He's such a fucking loser. He's so stupid. Oh my God.
Hasan, please let me
But
ask
you
a question.
Almost all of
Yes,
your
very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
I don't care.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that
He has to do the laughing, giggling shit to signal to his audience how irrelevant and not important this is. Because remember, the only thing that matters is the genocide. It is the most important thing. It's the genocide. It's the genocide. It's the genocide. It's the genocide.
the Sabra Hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
Yep. Based.
With pleasure.
And
Based. Based alert.
yeah, it's not
it's insane.
even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good. Let me ask
identical
you a
to the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
Uh-oh.
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan.
Uh-oh.
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra Hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa,
I'm gonna
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not Idubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Rogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time
Defending.
defending.
Yes.
No, because I don't.
Remember, because Hasan's saying I don't make value judgments, then why are you defending them at all? If you don't want to value judge any of this, then shut the about it. Don't fight Ethan on it. Don't fight anybody on it. Just let them do their thing. But you come out here and you want to defend them. You lend your credibility, your reputation, and your audience size to these people. Well, then you have to stand on it. You have to stand tall on it. You can't sit here and be like, "Oh, I don't make a value judgment on it." Well, then why did you defend them at all, ever?
care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think
this
it's great
is
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Because
a
he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Remember, Hasan, Ethan should point this out. Hasan, you just said that the ban was ridiculous. You just said the ban was ridiculous. So you disagree with the ban. That's a value judgment. How do you have no opinion on it now, but you disagreed with the ban?
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. They're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there's a tier list here where Sabra
This is Rogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Rogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
So you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing. By the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
soda.
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
national
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay. We'll double check that. It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember what you told her, son?
Significant.
You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "Well, I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list. Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this.
Wait, what is it about?
It's about, what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra Hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not.
I know it's,
and I don't know.
I know.
Why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
There is a tier list in front of me. And it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F tier.
On the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird.
Oh no!
I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
Hasan's gonna lose it, dude.
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, are you gonna say so? Do you mean socialism is when poor? I can't have a watch hat. I can't have a watch hat, Ethan.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now
and
and
you're
then.
so.
Like the dog you got was a free.
So anyway, Ben Shapiro was
I'm so-
accidentally
wait,
in
what-
the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing.
Are you
It's
crashing
very
out?
confusing for you. It's like a car crash. I'm
there's
sure.
Ethan, are you having
I
a
think
mental
there's
health?
So this is a
Jewish man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
On the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No.
No,
I
I
have no
don't.
opinion.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're
crashing out.
trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitism
and you're having a
everywhere.
really hard time.
These
If
are
you
just
want my answer,
cosmic
you want my perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely.
You're seeing
okay, I
anti-Semitism
think
everywhere
genuinely,
when it's nowhere.
at a time when there is unprecedented
The genocide.
levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open,
can't talk
out
about
and
anything else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion.
Wow.
You have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Wow.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it seems
swastikas
to me
and
like
doing
you-
tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a
Yep.
Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yep.
anti-Semitism
Yes.
and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay,
Yep.
fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually
Remember also, if you get confused or if you're not understanding 100%, when the left, like Hasan, talks about anti-Semitism, he doesn't actually care about anti-Semitism. He's using anti-Semitism as a dog whistle for white supremacy. They don't actually give a fuck about anti-Semitism. They just don't like white supremacists because they consider them to be like Western supremacists. That's what's actually going on there.
I do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave of you
in
to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Stop with the
we
value judgment
devolved the
thing. Like you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Like
I
I-
sound stupid as hell?
Well,
What?
when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my
and
best
I don't
friend
know.
Idubbbz to be
I can't tell you what their
anti-Semitic?
what their
Why would
process
I
was.
want
Oh,
my-
it's the Trump defense. I can't read their minds. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't read their minds. Yeah, you guys in my chat, old Destiny fans, remember this. Remember when Hasan came on to talk about how Emia was an actual closet neo-Nazi because she fell into the fucking Friend World subreddit and she was reposting stuff from there? And Hasan was like, I can't believe she doesn't, or she obviously is a neo-Nazi and she knows what Friend World means. Do you remember that shit? Oh my God. Emia was crying on stream because Hasan was trying to cancel her because he said she was a Nazi and she had no idea that they were fucking Nazi memes. I didn't even know they were Nazi memes initially, but
My
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
Idubbbz
issue.
should be anti-Semitic. Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would
I
love
don't think you're
to.
gonna like the answer.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Making
Why would I want
is-
my
and
best
I don't
friend
know.
Idubbbz to be
I can't tell you what their
anti-Semitic? Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
Idubbbz to
issue,
be
though.
anti-Semitic? Why would I
victim
want that?
complex.
You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love
I don't think
to.
you're gonna like the
Yeah,
answer.
this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic
So you
so,
can write them
that
off.
it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come.
Oh my God. Also, and again, I didn't think this was real, but it is real. Just because it's so transparent. Okay. This is projection. Whenever Hasan is trying to explain the ideas or thoughts or whatever of another person, he's always telling you what he thinks. So when Hasan says Ethan wants everybody else to be anti-Semitic, so he doesn't have to address anything that they actually say, what does Hasan actually address that's been said about him? Nothing. Nothing politically. It's always this drama slop content. And it's for that reason.
Tell you why?
I would
I
love
don't think
to.
you're gonna like the
Yeah,
answer.
this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is,
and that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give
By
you
the way, every fucking Jewish person will agree with this except for the actual token token Jewish cucks who are part of like the cringe, like fringe, self-hating Jew movements. Like, you think if you go up to an average Jewish person and be like, do you think there's a lot of like weird anti-Semitism stuff, especially that comes from like pro-Palestinian crowds or whatever? 99% of Jewish people are like, yeah, obviously. No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. No duh. Yeah, duh. That's like the most obvious thing in the world. It's only in Hasan's weird world where it's like, oh no, it's a totally different thing. They don't think about those people at all. Like, it's...
Give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott. I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on, let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
So bam.
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
No, Ethan. As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti? Well, let me finish.
Let me finish. You asked me 2 questions, and let's address.
I should just say no. I don't. Of course, I don't think you're as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens. She was rank 1. You got 2nd place in the anti-Semitism contest with her. So I think she's more anti-Semitic than you. Also, look at this, Hasan. Right? Do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as literally the most anti-Semitic person in media right now? Is probably Candace Owens. She's probably the most anti-Semitic person in all of like alternative media and mainstream media right now. Like, what a comparison. Holy shit.
No.
What do you think I'm doing that's
Hold
anti-Semitic?
the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. Yep. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. And everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic attacks.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said. So you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story. Because I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only
in that
see
waiting room.
Bro,
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. That's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday because
you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
Why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this? Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my end. I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was.
And it's not. Does Hasan not know how to capture Ethan's video? Is Hasan just showing himself twice, or what's his problem?
Because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you a difficult question.
Also, just as a quick thing, remember, okay, and I said this before and I was correct. The reason why Hasan avoids debates like this, and you can tell, it's because he knows he just can't do it. And it's so sad, right? He got crushed by Willie Mack. He's getting crushed by Ethan Klein. Not to shit on Ethan or Willie, but these guys are not full-time political commentators like Hasan is, right? There's no other reason why Hasan wouldn't do material like this constantly. Look, he's got over 100,000 concurrent viewers. He has access to Ethan's entire audience right now. This should be a fucking layup. Dude, if you were to ask any like influential person who's into politics, meaning they want power, right? Which is what you should want when you want politics to be influential, they would die for these opportunities. And Hasan runs from them like crazy.
Yeah, so the question I have for you once again is like, like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
and you guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
He literally
kind of
two days ago he said I wasn't, but also for a year.
Explain that.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I've literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did.
Did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and
checked
checked.
you on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I'm
lying.
simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Tier list is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
Well,
no.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's a valid thing to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Speculate?
I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself.
I can speculate if a Jew is working with the ADL. That's based. What up? Dude, the issue is, you guys might not know the lawyer here, okay? But Hasan also doesn't like me. Hasan spent a lot of time amplifying and retweeting Nazi Twitter accounts, and I think he actually started to believe too much of the Nazi Twitter accounts that he followed that would tweet bad shit about me. And now he's doing all the Nazi arguments.
Yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline of that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard
Who is this? What is this?
Hey, this is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You remember?
Wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
it doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
Why
it.
did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's always why people do this, right? You see me in debates and people do this. When people start kind of like talking ahead of you to get ahead of a point they think is coming, and they try to like pivot or railroad you to a different point or just move the topic as quickly as possible because they know that if they let you sit and speak uninterrupted, you're fucked. You can't let them get it out uninterrupted. You have to keep cutting them off.
The question, why did you falsely claim that this random dude who does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? All
right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I got it.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy. I'm fucking, is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to explain to you exactly why.
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it. It's not called derailing. When I'm telling you, I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
just
again?
trying to clout chase.
I'll play it again. You know. Fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Bro, I love you.
Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think you gotta look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
There.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm
You are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment.
Play it again.
That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this
It
for
seems
2
like-
hours, or do you want to actually have a
seems like
conversation?
this is a wait. Well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for
Look
falsely
like a
claiming that
fucking
some
asshole.
random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine.
Stalker.
You said
I heard
he
you
was
talk about-
a fan of mine I believe in,
Okay,
your,
I
in
lied,
one of your videos.
I lied
you
about
said he
him
was
being a
a fan
fan.
of mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hasan
wants the
fan
clout
comes up
chase,
to you.
and you, wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a
faith lie.
fan of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. When's it? Now that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then
Yes.
you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine?
Go ahead, when you're done.
leading the
Go- go-
audience to
I'll
believe.
wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine,
Play the clip.
since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was
you can
a
probably
while
play
ago.
it.
He
It's
turned on you
timestamped.
when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't
in
even
the
let me
past.
explain why I'm showing
You
it.
used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro,
hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
Yeah. Yep.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this
Yeah,
character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or
Yeah.
something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not
played
seeing
it.
the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
It's really-
he's showing the clip.
it's- okay.
That is
Bro.
is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fan. And then when he saw
Fake
the
fan.
full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan,
slur.
in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is when he whole
that was
point.
the most
I would like to do
uncomfortable
interview
silence.
that is because he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a
I feel like I'm watching Adult Swim.
Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not
Fine,
a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a
Well, I
question.
do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God, dude.
erroneous.
You are dragging
have
your
made
feet
an
on this
inference that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made
please
an
move on?
inference that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all.
Oh my god.
You're not there.
He hadn't seen the clip. Yeah, he didn't.
And you were
prepare.
never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is dating money 101, baby. Just like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline of that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
Hey, the ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like work.
As in like you were doing something and they were doing something, and so like it just, there's a thing that happened and you guys were working towards a common goal, as in like you guys worked towards the same thing, not that you actually worked together. This is why I wanted to go over definitions, Ethan, because when you say like work together, I meant something totally different. Oh my God, are you serious? He's not really about to wheel that explanation out. I'm sorry, I just pre-watched a reality that doesn't exist, because there's no way that even Hasan would say something that stupid, right?
All right, sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Oh. Yeah, I choose my words so
not always.
carefully.
I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that
Not
back.
always. He literally said earlier when Ethan was trying to criticize him on that Theo Von show, and so I was like, I choose my words very carefully. And I was like, didn't you say you choose your words very carefully? Well, no.
Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
So.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that
when
one?
When he says partnering, he means like you guys are partners for the Jews or something. I mean, Zionists, not like partnered, like actually partnered. Oh my God. Hasan's got to kill his internet connection. Dude, he's calling like he has to call in whatever favors. Holy shit.
Everybody?
He's got a DC. He has to disconnect.
Inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took
I have never
place.
spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked with the ADL. I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I do not work with the ADL
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that? I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just
Twitch,
like Cracker.
Oh, Ethan should ask. Did Twitch work with the ADL then? Is that why Twitch banned them? So would you agree with that? That Twitch works with the ADL? Would you say that?
Is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay, well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a.
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes. And
you didn't directly work with them. You worked with them. You didn't directly partner with them. You partnered with them. He just meant that in the colloquial sense.
For Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
True.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
No, it doesn't.
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, look, that was such a good thing. Being able to just own a thing and just like, yeah, I did do this. Yeah. But notice the difference in confidence here and demeanor, right? Hasan is petrified of being led down every single hallway because he's worried about, what he'll find if he opens the door. Ethan, this is the Giga Chat debate shit, right? Is when people are trying to corner you, like, okay, well, what about this hypothetical? What if A, is greater than B or whatever? Would you say then that, and B is greater than C? Would you say that A is greater than C? Like, people like Hasan would be like, well, we got to think about it. And Ethan's just like, yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah, doesn't prove your point. Boom!
Can I ask you a question? Are you working with the neo-Nazi?
Hold on, rewind. Yeah, I do take ownership of that. It doesn't prove your point.
Party of America, because they're also anti-Zionist.
That's not really the right way to do it.
No, seriously. Are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
True.
Do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely...
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
sword, baby.
actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a
Ethan,
member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
Listen to my words, please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose the association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
in getting
You said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Do you think that the normal, reasonable person,
the crazy making, the gaslighting, he's trying so hard to hold on to this. Holy shit!
Watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them.
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you?
Bro, why are you saying a normal, reasonable person? You're an elite political commentator. This is supposed to be your f***ing job. What do you mean? What if a normie walked through and figured out? Bro, you're not a normie. This is your job. You should know all the nuances and everything of this. Why are you comparing your political analysis to what you think a f***ing normie would view a situation as? How stupid.
Ethan
literally gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer?
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude.
Tier list.
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
I didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
What?
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
What? Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they attacked
saying,
me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
I know who? Silly.
Yeah.
My bad.
No. When Ethan says I take credit for it, he explicitly and literally means that he was working with the ADL, and that's 100% true. But when Hasan has a swastika sword, that is silly. That's just silly. Okay, it's the selective, like. Nobody listening to Ethan making this comment is thinking that, like, oh shit, Ethan was working with the ADL. No, it was obviously because it was about him. It was literally about him. And he promoted a campaign related to it. But
okay, well, all right, I guess we can move on.
Do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a reason they call him token, my friend.
Actually reacted.
You spend time being a token, you're going to get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review.
He doesn't.
They're normies. I don't want to dox them.
You're lying. You're
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
He's lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very
am.
good.
No.
I don't believe
And
that.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
yeah, because you're
Surprised
not
you
on
don't
There's
know.
zero chance that there are Jewish people that aren't raging fucking anti-Semites, anti-Zionists in Hasan's friend group. There's no shot that any ordinary Jewish person can handle what is like truly like the most disgusting anti-Jew rhetoric that comes from Hasan, that he is in charge of propagating, right? Hasan is like an actual like terrorist online when it comes to supporting anti-Jewish narratives or anti-Zionist propaganda or whatever. Like he literally is showing videos of Hezbollah and videos of the Houthis and videos of Hamas and like celebrating and clapping along. Like,
I can have a more normal conversation. I can have a more normal conversation with them than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh at
recap
all of this
Just to
if they're
recap, here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't
I don't
do that.
support that,
Ethan.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has nothing
acting
to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
son, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're
Okay,
talking.
All right.
Yes.
You
Good job,
dominated
Ethan.
the conversation
Good
so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to
This is
the
quick. It's very
Because
quick.
like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
inferences
thing that I'm
I am
so
and,
critical of you on,
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL. And
You said so just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
Oh shit, does Ethan have this loaded? Who's communicating with him? 1/3 of Jewish American teens say they sympathize with Hamas. Israeli government poll shows. Hasan, I did this. Uh-oh.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where
Same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead.
Dude.
What's your question?
okay.
You okay?
It's interesting
I need to listen to this at normal speed. One second.
because
Go ahead. What's your question?
okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only
genocide!
concern
It's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about.
I mean,
Ethan.
that's easy for
And-
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the
no one-
accused
no
how
one-
serious their crime is.
True.
Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus'
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing
He's
up
being
stupid
obtuse.
fucking
Because you
parallels?
are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Dude, Ethan he's here right now. He's in the fucking debate zone, right? He made an analogy. It was apt. Hasan challenged him on the analogy, saying it was an extreme comparison. It was hyperbolic. And then Ethan refocused and explained why the analogy wasn't disanalogous, right? He's there. This idea that the accused can talk about the seriousness of their accusations is just a funny thing to bring up in this conversation, right?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Ethan.
I'm
You have
partnered with
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about how
bona
you
fides?
gave
You
my
know-
fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that
His
you are
reputation.
a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian...
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. This is such a good tweet. Harley Morenstein. Bring out all the swords. Let's have a look at them. Imagine if they did this and it was like 10 swastika swords.
Charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine. Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
right.
So I claimed when talking about now. By the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
receive
case?
those.
What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the
Disagree.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
Attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the
claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
make
kinda up
here
to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative reality.
gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope, this is what dog whistles are.
Yep.
You whistle to other people, and you have it's
Yep.
subtle enough that you
Even
have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic,
Oh,
you can
yes.
call the accuser
Yep.
crazy,
Crazy,
which is
yep.
exactly what
Yep.
you're doing.
Which is
You're
exactly
a fucking
what you're doing.
anti-Semite,
Yep.
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan,
different
yep.
times, calling me crazy
Yep.
for very viable,
Yep.
very
Yep.
credible
Yeah.
examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all.
Yeah, because a good faith counter here would be like, okay, it looks bad. I understand what you're saying. It does kind of look, sure, okay, yeah. It looks, yeah, I get you, I understand. But instead it's like, bro, what? You're crazy.
hallucination. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively
Look, and now look. Well, people just take issues with the political statements you make. Then criticize them. Don't call him crazy. Don't say that he's mentally unwell. Don't say that you think he's sick and needs to touch. Then criticize the statements.
aggressive audience. Your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time you call me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
Yes.
That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism.
Let me
podcast
stand on
for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well.
And Hasan's trying to hire this. I wish you well, dude. Like, I know. As he shows up with the fucking pro-Palestinian. What? You couldn't find your fucking your other cafe or whatever. Oh my god, he's so cringe.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well. All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What?
Destiny? What? What? The guy that I talk about
to...
fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
You're very
Not only
welcome.
is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used.
Does Ethan even use Discord? What?
Used clips that are unlisted called
They're
homicide.
literally talking on Zoom right now. Ethan might use Discord. I don't actually know. Because he won't be my friend, but he will be my best friend. Okay, sometime it will happen.
Hobby.
Yeah.
When making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism
Who gives a fuck?
from
I poured a couple of
unlisted
clips.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I work with
none
Destiny.
of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I
him in
don't
my
think it's that
context?
ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially.
Did you just call it context nuke? Is Hasan watching my stream? Are we the ones that say that Context Cop would be a funny show idea? Dude, oh my god.
Considering
is he okay?
fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast
He normally calls it context puke. Oh, okay.
co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah. They're mass harassment operations they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think
worked
you're
with,
doing enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny in
yourself
my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's a
that up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
True.
I think you are. You pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord. It's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound hinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan,
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
You can't answer that question. It doesn't matter. Pivot. Come on, Hasan, pivot. I'm going to coach Hasan out. Pivot. Don't answer that question. Just pivot and say you didn't need to bring it up or talk about something totally different. Come on.
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did it, but it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So how is that
Pivot,
an endorsement?
Yes, you got it.
Ethan,
What
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
Is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid?
with Dan Saltman?
Yes.
Ethan?
No, Ethan's calling you out on your pivoting. Shit. Okay, we can't do the thing where you just say his name or laugh anymore. We got to find a new strategy, Hasan. Okay? Oh
Hasan,
no.
are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host
There we
Dan
go. Okay,
Saltman.
pivot.
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's destiny, is it?
Well,
Yeah, no, that's
do you think the Destiny might communicate through Dan, and there's like a kind of a Mossad like, well, I don't mean Mossad, but like some kind of intelligence share? Oh my God.
just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say-
and uses his community to brigade.
Brigade, by
and
the way.
also
Brigade.
has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care,
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Based.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
Align
I'm
with?
not
You now
endorsing him.
openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly
You understand that of all the people on this show right now, the person who is associated the most with Destiny is Hasan, right? Does Hasan know that? Hasan, you got to stop talking about this because Ethan might bring that up and it's going to get real awkward. Like, the person who has spent by far the most amount of time, okay, with anybody or with Destiny on the show is Hasan.
bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well,
That is-
there you
yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God.
don't-
And Ethan's counter here should be, oh, so if you even talk to a person, you're endorsing them. What about Bad Empanada? Roll the old Hasan clips about how unhinged Bad Empanada is. Roll the new Hasan clips with him standing Bad Empanada. Oof, that's a hard one.
Endorse. I'm speaking to one
you
right now.
talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've
You also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright pathetic,
Okay, Destiny collaborator? You're making me sound like a fucking Nazi. Can we chill? Jesus.
provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign
True.
to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think
ever
you
having to
delegitimize
address
my
them.
association
And isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
True.
Ethan, I don't
Hasan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with.
I love Hasan of all. Hasan is maybe the only person on the planet, or one of the last people on the planet that could ever say that, like, oh no, you brought up Destiny, not me, dude. He taught that one clip of. God, what were we watching? And I was like, bro, hold on. Oh, it was Noah Samson accusing me of talking about Hasan all the time. And I opened Hasan's stream, and the first words out of his mouth were about me. Holy shit. Oh, no.
With him.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan.
Oh, did he just bring it up?
Lied. 2 years working with him.
True.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan. Listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot
Pivot.
more open-minded.
Good pivot.
Until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
Open-minded?
the
What have we
December of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we
What we are
disagree on?
disagreeing on is what
well,
you choose to focus
focus,
on.
that seems
and what
significant.
you think is the
Okay, there
major
we go.
point of contention here.
You can only talk
Well,
about the genocide.
first of all,
the genocide. The genocide.
What I choose to
the
focus on
genocide.
is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't it
not.
a compilation
Oh my
of
God.
a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Oh
Name one.
no! We have to pull the plug. You gotta pull the plug. You gotta pull the plug. Okay? The ultimate. This is literally the curtain on the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz. The guy is the out of context, and then when you pull the curtain back, it's saying, "What do you mean by out of context?" or "What's out of context?" You can't do that. You can't go there. Oh no! You can't go there. You can't do that. Pull the plug. Somebody unplug this guy's internet. Get Valkyrie over there. Unplug the cable.
One thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of
I
the
think I actually still have a son. Oh, I do have a son added on Discord. I should message him and say, "Son, dude, pull the plug." Dude, disconnect.
one of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree. A genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name is
use that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that's
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her
Okay,
emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila. I mean, so why don't you say that? Why,
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like,
That is
she's
kinda
not.
weird.
She has no. She's just like, oh.
Hasan, it's not a big point, and also I hate women now too, so I don't bring it up that much. But Hasan is genuinely misogynistic, but like in like a frat boy misogynistic kind of way, which is funny. But
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that
Because,
you
Hasan,
initially
that
understood
was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
he said
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone point that, Dan?
oh no, oh,
How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
oh no, Hasan is trying so hard. Oh no.
I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to-
I was going to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand.
God. You're just
crazy.
insane. Yeah,
You're crashing out.
you're
You're
insane.
hallucinating,
You're
my
crazy,
friend.
Ethan.
Come sit over here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're crazy,
Don't
Ethan.
ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves.
So nice,
you
Hasan.
fucking liar.
Ooh.
I mean, this is
true.
You are a prolific liar, bro.
Where's
Where's the link?
He is. Good call out. True. He is.
Just control F or.
the reason. For the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend
Well, you
the
just,
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Yeah. I think he has said that. Yep.
Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the
violent
rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity. Put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival, women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if
I
you're showing
said
my
earlier,
hand.
giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
has
It's so
a right-
funny.
has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling.
You
What
sure
rapes did
are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill.
True.
I find that odd.
True.
Probably should revise that. I
True.
don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
True.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence.
you know.
I'm not exactly he's going to don the other hat. Remember, if you're new here, I'm not going to go through a full explanation of this, but basically, progressives are not Marxists, okay? Progressives are like the soy type people who are like, oh no, like you've got to be nice towards minorities and intersectionality and all that. Marxists will say retarded and they love guns and they will shit on minorities. They don't care. They only care about the class aspect of it. And Hasan is about to don his Marxist hat and say, I don't give a fuck about, making fun of women or any of that shit because I'm a cool Marxist guy, okay? I'm just here about the class struggle, bro, and the anti-Western shit.
For leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of sexual
violence. I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in
Okay,
general.
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan. Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is.
Hasan can never allow stuff to be played on on its own. Like when Hasan talks about context, it's the projection aspect. He has to control the context. He cannot allow anything to stand on its own. It has to be in his own environment. We can pause and interrupt it or like clip compilation channels. Like for me, he watches the Destiny versus Destiny TikTok. It can never be the original content and never stand on its own. Now, to be fair, this isn't technically the original content. It's Ethan's context nuke, but Ethan includes a lot of context in here. And if Hasan wants to explain what context is missing, this is his opportunity to do so. He doesn't need to be interrupting and cutting it off all the time. Just let it play it and then explain it afterwards, right?
Men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. the deadliest day for the Jewish people.
It doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen.
There you go, son. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
Okay.
You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
Oh, surprise. Oh, so the no context thing doesn't work, or?
The one that you misrepresent continually?
I
You
did not
fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
He does.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you
preliminary report?
tell me what it said.
Ooh, uh-oh.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no,
Unironically.
absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say.
So to be clear, when that special rapporteur or whatever for investigation of sexual violence against women or whatever went in, one of the reasons that they gave in that report had to do with the fact that victims didn't feel comfortable speaking with anybody because they were worried about the backlash that they would receive on the world stage. By the way, some of that backlash is crystallized in its most perfect form in The Intercept with authors like Peter Seville or something and Ryan Grimm, who say that all of their stories are lies. They're making all of it up. There was no systematized rape. Both of them were guests on Hasan's stream to talk about that very article. I don't know if Ethan has all that background, but Hasan did not read the underlying report. We read the whole thing on stream. It's uploaded all my notes, took notes on it. Hasan doesn't know what was in that underlying report, and that's why he's lying about it, because he's just repeating what he's heard from pro-terrorist talking point networks.
Say
Jeremy Scahill, whatever.
Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel,
there are literally women who have said I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said
they didn't talk to the government, though. They didn't interview the government. They interviewed like people, right? They talked to people, but Hasan wouldn't know that because he didn't read the. He didn't actually read the report.
There's women that come out and say I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the real
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff.
Oh, finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically...
It has nothing to do with it wasn't the incompetence of the Israeli government. It was the fact that they were time limited. I believe they had 2 weeks to do this investigation, and they said they didn't have much time, number one. The second issue was the destruction of evidence, which didn't have to do with the incompetence of the government. It had to do with the incompetence of people like the Zaka volunteers or just Israeli desire in general to bury their dead very quickly, and because of the general chaos and hecticness of the actual situation itself, which was a fucking full-scale invasion into Israel, which also led to the destruction of a lot of evidence. Believe it or not, unlike the pro-Palestinian, propaganda network, a lot of Israelis don't really feel comfortable having bodies of people just remaining on the ground with their legs open and their clothes torn off to take 450 videos for people like Hasan to masturbate to on a stream while he's doing anti-Israeli propaganda.
Specifically, the organization Zakah.
He's bringing up the volunteer. Yeah, but this volunteering thing didn't discredit all of them. And the issue with these people was them burying bodies way too quickly before forensic evidence could be found because that was part of their culture ritual shit. It wasn't a coordinated effort by the government to hide the evidence.
Spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking...
He's going to say taking bodies and trying to hide the evidence, or is he actually going to genuinely represent what was going on here?
Bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay?
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
There's one guy that I think his story was not true. I think he might have been also one of the Zaka volunteers. There is one guy that is true, but that wasn't true for all of them. That's not the case. Not everybody has been discredited, and some of the quote unquote discrediting that happens is bullshit. So, but okay.
No, I mean,
what's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course, I remember you do
witness.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were...
But the guy who... I think I even remember the guy who was talking about it. I think this was an IDF guy. I think he was in the IDF, or it might not have been. But there is a quote-unquote debunking of this done by Blumenthal in the fucking gray zone. And these guys are insane people. And he says that, like, because the interviews this guy gave, his story changed it or whatever. But if you go back and you actually watch the full things and not just the clips show up on Twitter, this is all a fucking lie. But they're not going to get that far into this, I think. We'll see.
Taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, why you look for that? I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
through this. Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
First of all, just to be clear, almost all crimes, especially things like rape, are proved with circumstantial evidence. It is very rare to have direct eyewitness testimony. When you go to the police station and you get a rape kit done, that's circumstantial evidence. All that can show is potentially some damage to your body and whether or not you have cum in you, right? That's what a rape kit is. A rape kit doesn't show that a rape happened. It just shows that some sexual contact happened. That's circumstantial evidence. All DNA evidence is circumstantial evidence. So if Hasan is about to go on some tirade about how circumstantial evidence isn't real or whatever, it's fucking retarded, but sorry. Well,
no, so you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
Oh God, he's so stupid. Please, Ethan, please know this. Please know this, Ethan, please. Unless you're talking about like a video camera recording a crime directly, a lot of forensic evidence is circumstantial. Please, Ethan, please.
I said picture didn't happen, bro.
Not enough to prosecute.
Hasan needs rape kits.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Ethan doesn't know. Even a rape kit is technically that's circumstantial evidence.
It didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women. Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited, okay?
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account, it's two accounts, but the rest
there's way more than two accounts. Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand,
literally they've done interviews. They're on media. Like you can, but I mean, okay.
Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7th. And Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7th. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts to do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent debunked narratives. Damn. And also, here is the Israeli prosecutor Morangetz has acknowledged that 50 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with...
Yeah, what Hasan, what do you think you're reading? Do you even know how to read? What are you talking about? Haven't identified people that have a perpetrator that a case can be brought against? Like, hello?
Complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed facts.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed... I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but
you don't even know the articles you're reading because you haven't done any research. Why would you try to do this on the fly? You haven't researched any of this. Why are you pulling up articles on the fly to try to post hoc justify your insane statements, bro? Come on.
Who's reporting on this? I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are if there are victims that have come forward in this
I will
process,
play it for you.
as I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times.
Also, how funny is this, right? Hasan was so eager to get off the personal points because he doesn't want to be held accountable for his abhorrent behavior, right? Which is fair because there's no defense of it. He wanted to talk about the serious stuff, but he's not even prepared to talk about the serious stuff. Hello?
This erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza.
What does that have to do with the reporting? Oh, he's talking about the New York Times writer, the lady who wrote the something, only silence or screams. I don't know what the fuck the name of the article was. Ryan Grimm and the other Intercept guys fucking hated this lady. Holy shit.
Of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah, there's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that what you're going to present?
No, it's not from that.
Also, this Screams Without Violence, that was like the first article that was written about this. This was the very first like start of people actually getting into like doing investigative work on this, investigative journalism on this. So this is an old as fuck article.
There's one recently of a woman testifying, I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench, she's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sandberg?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what? Okay, wouldn't that make her a pro at identifying it? I'm sorry, just kidding.
What does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Thank you, good point.
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
There we go.
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this?
I'm not defending this. The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sdei Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
One that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity? Not on October 7th, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I know exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and I couldn't do anything to prevent it.
Pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hasan. Hasan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
to
the person who had just
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hasan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a day goes by that I don't think about what that terrible man did to me.
It is.
We were held in such
respect,
brother. That is fucking gross.
Should ever be subject
Dan, pull the fucking plug on this. Holy shit.
Now
you really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First male rape survivor of Hamas on October 7th.
I literally said in the video.
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as initial D, was the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my words.
Touch my private parts.
Because you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim as a fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged it because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan,
are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
wait, hold on.
Said that there was no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand. If there are victims, you
know what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual violence in
I just showed you two
that we know of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on.
I showed you two.
You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
deny mass rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason I say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous...
Oh, we're caught up to reality again.
Evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony. The Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan.
They kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
Sorry, there's no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being.
They're murdered and set on fire. It's a literal fire. Like the bodies were scorched. Hasan, it becomes a lot harder to collect the evidence. Yes.
Gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence.
Bro, you know the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited,
not just Zaka. Ethan doesn't even know all the facts here. A lot of these bodies were literally scorched. They were shooting RPGs at the fucking cars.
Policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that article, and I don't know where that article is from.
Bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
this is so exhausting,
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing?
Listen, I'm not here to send for any government or anything. But you can't have this. Ethan can't allow Hasan to occupy this position where the IDF lies about everything, Israel lies about everything. You can't trust anything they say, and then exclusively rely on Haaretz, which is an Israeli news organization, a left-leaning news organization, for your reporting. Like, does Israel control everything that's going on in the country or not? Like, why do you cite it sometimes when it supports you and then other times? Like, I don't like that position. I think it's always bullshit. You need to have a better rationale, at least, for why you support some things or why you don't support other things.
You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen,
okay,
right?
since the article that you mentioned came out, since the article you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Prosecutions of an invading army, fucking raping people and then dying in like. You don't typically prosecute people in an active war for rapes. Like, the easy turnaround for this is, oh, okay, so are you saying that nobody raped anybody in Mariupol? Or, well, I don't know if Hasan would say that Russian troops committed any rapes. Like, it's such an unbelievable... Rape and the prosecution of rape is typically done in a criminal court. Not as part of an international humanitarian conflict, not as part of a fucking war. This is shit that happens afterwards when you convene a tribunal for fucking war crimes and shit. What a crazy standard. You really think there were rapes? Well, then why haven't any of them been arrested, read their Miranda rights, given a jury trial, and then we've seen full convict? Like, come on, are you fucking serious right now? What?
There are prosecutions on this.
Also, the most important part of this is that doesn't even matter, because are you telling me that if the state of Israel were to arrest Palestinians, accuse them of rape, and then convict them of rape, you're going to tell me that Hasan would say, oh yeah, I'm sure the Israeli court system here was very valid when they did these convictions? No, he wouldn't even trust those. So it's a red herring argument.
Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
The victims and the rapists.
In this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay?
Hasan is crashing out.
Hallucinating.
He is.
Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if
chat,
you probably said it by mistake, even if you did.
Chat, please, chat. Can somebody please clip me this? Chat, please, guys. I don't have my Twitter links open for all the research I'm doing. This is from Hasan's Discord. Oh no.
So it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read 4
because the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke. I don't care. Let's move on.
Just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The laggards. Pixar didn't
There have
happen.
been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one.
Rape
okay?
allegations
and this is from
filed?
Speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay. She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different. Either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because...
Oh, now he's starting to read it. Do you see how I had to qualify it there? You had to, because he doesn't actually know the article that he's reading, and they're probably about, because he's actually reading a full article now, they're probably about to explain why, they're not able to present it, and then he has to qualify it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. Uh-oh. How does he... Uh-oh. Well...
Because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this.
Now he's got, okay, well... If women were raped by an invading army and people like me are tearing their fucking stories apart, can you tell me, Ethan, why the fuck wouldn't any of these people come forward and say they were defiled by somebody that, by the way, you'll never find, because unless you literally have a fucking video of the person, how are they even gonna know who did it? They'll never get justice for it, right? Why wouldn't you as a woman just come out and say, oh yeah, my pussy got ravaged by Hamas, by the way. I just want the whole fucking world to know that. For subhuman, fucks like Hasan to go and tear through my entire story. Why would anybody not come? Like, he's so progressive and understanding of women and everything when it comes to, when it comes to things that are in his ballpark or in favor of his narrative. But then on the other end, it's like, why wouldn't you just come out as an Israeli woman and say, oh, by the way, I got fucking raped by the invading Palestinian army. I don't know who did it. I'll never be able to identify the person or whatever. But like, I just wanted the whole world to know that, to have that information, by the way.
Okay. The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when
what am I supposed? How could I possibly know anything about what's going on? What do you want, a value judgment? Come on, bro. First you want value judgments about Frogan, and now you want value judgments about Hamas? Like, I'm just a little streamer in West Hollywood, bro.
No victims that have come forward.
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
There
has been no justice for these victims in Israel on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined. Okay, the government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place.
The government,
there's no way to actually bring justice to these victims.
Yes, you're right.
Assessment on this is so off base.
You think 4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
let's,
what
you know
I'm
what?
giving you
You're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what?
prosecutor's
You're right. Let's
office
err on the
own
side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims,
lying.
then why
Let's err on the
have
side.
they
No,
not?
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And
No,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you
you,
are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
It's not confusing.
while-
It's obvious.
while
Most of the
previous
shit happened. We're killed,
while
and
previous
it's a religious.
reporting came
It's a
out-
religious
while
part of
previous
this first
reporting came
responding
out-
unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen.
What do you talk? Hasan doesn't even know what forensic investigation means. I don't think he has any idea what that even fucking means.
They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the
buried the
victims deserve
bodies.
justice? What's wrong with you? Do you don't think these victims deserve justice?
Oh, look! Oh, he's doing the abuser thing, right? I'm only saying this because I just wanted justice for the victims. And now if you disagree with my point, oh, you don't think the victims deserve justice? You're actually the bad guy here, Ethan, by the way.
Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these four accusers?
I wonder why. God, he's so...
Normal circumstances.
How do you explain
the
these four
United Nations
accusers?
For a third party.
How do you explain these four
and conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the four accusers?
If they refuse the United Nations coming in and doing an investigation, what was that UN report that you were reading earlier? Hello? How did they even get there?
I don't know.
Okay, very
How
good.
do you explain
Well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of
after
them
those
lying.
four accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay?
Okay.
I don't know. I
guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
Who are you
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a
something that came
propagandist
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis.
No.
Can we move on, please? This is obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my
This
God,
is
I'm
very
just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we
So
move
you're-
on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Well, let's
evidence,
take a look
verifiable
here.
claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Hasan wants that W so bad. He's like, oh, because he's like, okay, he admitted it, but he doesn't want him to admit it. He wants him to kind of admit it and kind of fight on it. And now Hasan was like defanged. He has to bring it up again. No, Ethan, I need you to understand what you're doing is wrong. You can't just admit it and move on. I need you to cry.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Oh, okay, he did it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay.
You explain this tweet to me. This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
I don't know how to bring it.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while
implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there is
what?
a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
and, there's a
to
plane
me
that
is
is
what?
most likely inferred to be sending.
This is the clip you're responding to.
camp.
Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop.
Uh-oh.
How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I don't know.
He put out a really big video. I mean,
it's so crazy the conservative tactics on full display here, right? Like, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't talk to him. We have no relationship whatsoever. We have no idea. Like, Jesus.
Be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what Idubbbz is thinking. But I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah,
I mean,
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Oh
yeah, no,
my
definitely.
God.
I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite?
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike
let's
message is
watch
not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not Idubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against Idubbbz. Play the fucking video.
I don't care about your petty vendetta against Idubbbz. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Ethan, I don't care about it though, bro. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. But I don't care, bro. I really don't. I don't care.
I am not Idubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against Idubbbz. Play the fucking clip.
How I see Israel. Because you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro.
A charity event. A charity event. Oh my God. Don't care, by the way. Don't care.
The reality of the matter is,
it
was brilliant. Nothing was out of context.
I don't care.
Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
I didn't even know Idubbbz was in my house. I thought I was recording a normal YouTube video. He just showed up.
You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about Israel proper.
Looks like Ethan woke up. Oops.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea.
He canceled the event. Wait, did they actually cancel Creator Clash 3?
How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza.
No, that
again,
was a random dipshit chat that said that.
Which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We never
did you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
It's Ethan's
is that not the point he's making though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
Yeah.
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin.
Okay.
This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say. By
your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's...
Yeah, okay.
That's what we're talking about right now, is if there's an apartheid happening in Israel proper. Oh, boy.
So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints, it has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that...
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer...
Does he think that... What does Hasan think that Palestinians living in Israel are like? What does he think? Does he think they're shepherded into camps? What is he talking about? Oh, I guess Hasan wouldn't know because he's never been there, so... Or seen anything about it, or done any research about it, or talked to anybody that's actually been there and has a perspective on it. Okay.
Who made this Oscar-winning movie does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
Oscar
all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay, and also as an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the f are you talking about?
I don't know.
Probably not. Is it that much further than 6 miles? Israel's a small place. I actually don't know. I'm going to guess like, what, 20 or 30 miles? It can't be that far, though.
How many miles away it is? That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sidorov, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
I am so wrong on that. The shortest distance airline between Gaza and Tel Aviv is 252 miles. Holy fuck. Just kidding. Is that really true? That can't possibly be true.
Yes. So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer.
I don't know what I was going to. It's 44 miles. Okay. Jesus. Well, I don't know what the fuck this other thing is. Okay. Oh. This is like some driving path through Cairo or something. Right? Okay.
Being casually and enjoying life as people are.
You're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it.
Cinema.
The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you understand? I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
In Germany, when Auschwitz, which was technically in Poland, I think, right? When Germany was genociding and holocausting all the Jews, how many Jews were living in Germany as 20% of the population? Wait, hello? What? What is this compare? You want to talk about crazy comparisons?
Okay. I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific.
Hold on. What does Hasan think is not correct there? Hello? Does he think that Palestinians don't live and work and travel amongst and are around people in Israel? I think Hasan has actually no idea. To be fair, I didn't even know. I didn't even understand the level of integration between. I didn't actually even know there were 2 million fucking Palestinians that lived in Israel proper. Not the West Bank Strip until I went there and started talking to people more. I just didn't even read about it. But
narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind. Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you consider me your friend and you knew that I was.
And unironically, kind of the funny part here is Hasan makes a strong argument against the war being a genocide, because it's like, okay, wait, so they're genociding the Palestinians inside the Gaza Strip, but they're only doing apartheid to the ones that live in their country? Isn't that kind of weird that you would like that's some half measure shit, no?
Apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking weasel, dude.
For Kasif, I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseness. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about the Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
good. I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded. For
oh my God, he's gonna do it. I wish you were like this all the time, where you would just agree with every single thing I say and not like be so disagreeable when you disagree with me. Oh my God, dude, he's so disgusting.
Past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations
my problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
that I
privately,
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
They heard your output,
and they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
Hasan, you got to do the focus thing, remember. It's what you choose to focus on by attacking Arab creators. You got to do the focus thing, because we have no examples, okay? Or maybe you can bring up that one time they said Yoav Gallant was a good guy. Otherwise, just say focus.
Then I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
True. Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
Name one.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Don't say last month.
You have something?
This has been for years.
Many things.
List
as recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm giving you
Zionist.
an example. Just calm down and listen.
Okay.
As recently
You're
as
not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
They are.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime.
Not always.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas. Failure.
It's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter?
What do you think a bomb shelter is, Hasan? Look at the Gaza Strip. Would a bomb shelter help? What? I'm sorry. Is there like a terrain bonus to explosives or something? Is there some aura that impact? Like, what?
Shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safe.
Why would you bunker bust a bomb shelter? That would be unhinged. What are you talking about? That would be instantaneous worldwide condemnation from even the United States. What?
For then
not a standing structure remaining in most parts of Gaza. For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital
with Hamas spending the totality of...
shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again.
Oh my God, he'll never answer questions like this. None of the pro-Palestinians can answer it. Are you okay with Hamas spending all of their money, all of the incoming cement that comes into the Gaza Strip, all of this? Are you okay with them spending all of that on their resistance? I've always wanted to hear a pro-Pali loser try to answer this question. Can he hold his feet to the fire in this?
Criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
Come on, please.
Criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely
against we get the focus.
Any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters.
Because your expectation from the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can act like you felt that.
All you can do is sit there and take it, or bag them and rape it. That's all you could do. It's either sit there and take it or invade and do mass terrorist attacks and murder. Right? Remember, because in people like Hasan's eyes, okay, Arabs are children. I mean, he's Turkish, I guess, so historically it's accurate, right? Arabs are just children. They're retards. They can't do anything. You can't help it. If you're oppressing a people, fuck, they might just do some terrorism and some rapes. They can't help themselves, right?
Bad. 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously time and time again.
Is because of your hyper focus
on
you, and your distraction away, and your deliberate deplatforming attempts to...
Wait, hyper focus on you? That makes him a Zionist? On him? Wait, why would that make him a Zionist, though? What do you mean by that?
Towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestinian doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy number one.
No, now Ethan should ask for an example. Who did I get mad at for calling it a genocide? Well, shouldn't the issue actually be other people that focus on me and make personal attacks against me, Hasan? That's what he should say, right? Who am I getting mad at just for calling it a genocide? That's not what he gets mad at. He's mad at for people that support terrorists, like Hasan does, openly on Twitch, by the way, and other people that do unhinged personal attacks against him.
Terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely... You get mad at the
public enemy number one.
Terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American state...
You'd see how he dodges and won't. Now he's going to appeal to the legality, the strict evidence. But, okay, Hasan, you can stick this landing. You got to bring up Mandela and the ANC at the end of this explanation. Whatever you do, don't miss the South Africa sticking point. You can always do this. Come on, dude. You got it. You got it.
Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus.
You got it.
Deny people their due process. It is
habeas corpus and due process for Hezbollah members? What are you talking about? What?
There to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of American Constitution.
Yes, I want to Can I ask request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
here. The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But here, I'll be more
precise.
You
use its definition without ever actually thinking about it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let me explain.
Let me explain, okay? It's called a little bit of a resistance isn't perfect. You're expecting a perfect resistance from a retarded people. I mean, from an oppressed peoples. The resistance isn't perfect, my friend.
I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region?
You can't help
the very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
Right,
so what is the expectation?
This conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay,
now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find?
Whoa! Excuse me. Arab on Arab violence? We don't talk about that here. I'm going to need you to tell me the name of every single Syrian that supposedly got murdered by Hezbollah, okay? Is he about to ask for, can you find me a news article or can you find me? There's no way, right? Because if Ethan can provide one, he's going to, it's super easy to look this up. What is he? But also, yeah, we just don't do Arab on Arab violence here. Sorry.
In a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria.
Wait, what? I'm okay with Hezbollah. I think they're base. I think they're fine. But I'm only talking about when they fight with Israel, not when they murder hundreds of thousands of people up in Syria. What is that compartmentalization? Hello?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that was Obama that killed all those people, probably personally.
You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So what does it matter the exact count? You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces. So why? Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
Russian forces who are working with who? Assad? Iran? Hezbollah?
This is my main problem with you, Ethan.
My God.
You are spreading
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is it so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Can you just say it?
You're minimizing their actions.
Can you just say it that it was bad? This is a really easy thing. Say, yeah, it was bad. Can you just say that? Or is it more like the resistance isn't perfect? We can never be critical of any Arabs ever. It's impossible. It's actually impossible for this guy.
Comprehend for you.
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill? You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
No, I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around.
I don't know the exact number.
2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
Inappropriate.
They did, yes, they did.
Inappropriate.
And so what is the issue here exactly?
Inappropriate.
You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that. You said
I'm lying.
You said
I'm telling
you
you
were
what my
talking to a
position is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
True.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up you.
What?
I like what you like.
Ethan?
Hasan, just ignore the point, ignore the central point, and go back to that number. Just focus on the number. He got one particular fact wrong, which he is wrong. It's not fun to this. Right, you got that one number wrong. Focus on the number. Don't worry about any of the actual points that are being made. Okay, this is debate pedophilia, by the way. Okay, don't focus on the broad point. Don't focus on what he's gonna. Just focus on that one wrong number. Okay, you got him. You have him on that one, Hasan. You've got him on that.
You
I don't have an issue with them. Let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize. I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them, Ethan. I have already described to you that I'm critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said. You liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the? So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. I hope that the audience can perceive. I don't know if they can or not because you guys are fucking retarded. I hope the audience can perceive when, like, if Ethan messes something up or he gets something wrong, you'll own it immediately. You're just like, oh yeah, I was incorrect on this. I got wrong on this particular point. But Hasan will infinitely weasel around literally fucking everything. Hasan cannot own a single incorrect point ever. He'll never ever do it.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat...
And now he's calling it misinformation, the fact that Ethan actually did the research and corrected himself on it. Meanwhile, Hasan still thinks that Al Ali Hospital was bombed by Israel. That hospital that got bombed on October 14th, 13th, or whatever. He still thinks that Israel was the one that just bombed that hospital and killed 400, 500 people, by the way. But...
don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment,
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm hoping to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
Well, I don't care that people think this.
Oh my God. I can't, dude. Hold on. My sandwich is here. I can't. He's such an actual weird. Do you see what I mean? He can never just say like, maybe I should phrase that better. Yeah, maybe I can do better here. Maybe I can. Because remember, the reason why he can't ever make a correction like that, because it's not about fact. It's not about being correct or having an understanding at the end of the day. It's about doing propaganda. And Hasan has said this openly, by the way. For some reason, all of these hack fucks, like the Pod Save America dudes, like the New York Times or whoever the fuck else is too busy, trying to suck them off for, whatever articles or clicks they're trying to get, are too lazy to do any research. Hasan openly says this, that he openly tells lies in order to do agitprop, in order to convince people and funnel them into more radical ideologies, right? So he can't be wrong on anything because showing him a fact doesn't make him wrong. It would be finding a way to show that he's not adhering to his ideology. That's how he would be wrong. And he can lie as long as it's to further the ideology. And he's openly said this.
It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan, you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, Hasan defends terrorists, okay,
literally
there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do. But
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception was a noble one. You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
people can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel, okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking, it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented, I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I've never even pulled
Did he really just do that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because somebody said it to me. I don't know. I just would. Dude, he's actually on stream browsing H3 Snark yesterday, which is literally like a Reddit tier Kiwi Farms thread about stuff about fucking Ethan. It's actually insane. He's so slimy. He's so unwilling to take responsibility for fucking anything. It's so crazy.
Subreddit. But you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community.
You said your community has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the reality.
Christ, bro. I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please, let me just talk. You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan,
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Oh my God,
no. Listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing.
Look at the difference. Look at the standard of evidence now, right? Hold on, whoa. You're saying they're harassing you? Well, excuse me. I need this hyper-specific example of this one particular thing that was done. Like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
You're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into, you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's
also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat. Would you absolutely?
And now it's just like the pleading ignorance, dude. This is everything that far right content creators used to do, or gamer bros do, or whatever, that people like Hasan would call out so much, right? Like, oh, we have no control over our audience. We can't control when somebody's sexist or racist or blah blah blah. And it's like now when it's on Hasan, he's like, I can't help it if I'm literally browsing anti-fan subreddits on my stream and laughing and giggling over it. Like,
please do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay? There's a difference.
That's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Oh my God, the clip compilation. Actively defend. Oh my God, dude.
Quote unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know
they love you,
like,
huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves Idubbbz too.
Dude, Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like
yeah. I'm waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on.
Especially
Dan is
because
in
of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stunlock me again. Another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay. I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos?
movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews that are not representative of the broader movement.
They're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being
Matt
who platformed bad empanada. Who's like
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes,
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming bad empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like bad empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think bad empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
and all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic.
Oh my God, he's so weirdly. I just didn't watch the videos because please tell me Ethan has the clip of Hasan talking about how unhinged Bad Empanada is. Hasan is saying he just didn't watch him because Bad Empanada said he didn't want him to. Oh my God, no shot, dude.
Face
that's
lie.
What it is. No, he said
you literally told. Oh my God, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something.
Oh my God! Wait, I sent you a clip. Why are you content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so
Yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. Where do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Wow.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to. Shut
up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care.
I've watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why?
No.
It's 7 minutes
we've watched
long,
a lot of your clips.
Spare the audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to finish
to the middle.
I know what it is. You talk kindly about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You absolutely
think I'm not
are
trying
not.
to get people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love Idubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
Well, I was
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
I wasn't moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally
Fuck. Hold on, we'll go back and listen. Just real quick, Ethan's killer argument here is, why is there a clip compilation of you telling your community to stop hating on me? Doesn't that demonstrate in and of itself that your community fucking hates me? Where is that coming from? What's happening there? That's what he should have said.
What you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
The genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching
the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching that episode.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
You link to his page.
Ultimately,
stop linking the Adam Friedland shit. It's a shitty set of tweets. That's great. It's really epic when somebody can come in and be like, "Oh, I don't care about this. I'm gonna sarcastically tweet because I don't care." Like that's great. That's good. Stop linking his tweets. They're retarded. No one cares.
His product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. We're such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is
the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. Okay, the idea that he's just
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah.
Are there multiple clips? Okay, Jesus, I feel like I'm going crazy.
And let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes, you're. By the way, you didn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience.
7-minute video. Jesus Christ.
Because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never going to do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely,
what.
Provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips?
He's going to talk about Frogan and them, they getting harassed, and the ADL stuff and people getting banned. That's what they're doing. He's about to do it.
Your production team put together. Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. There's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay.
Oh my God.
There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube. Okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those is that part of his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does Bad it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think
oh my God, dude.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is
remember before he was saying, by the way, he's so crazy he will never platform him, but now he's just like wacky, LOL.
Once again, as a separate, you like
also remember me bringing on Fuentes to literally debate him every single fucking time makes me a Nazi, by the way. But him just verbatim playing down all of Bad Empanada's hit pieces on Ethan. Well, what do you do? Sometimes he's wacky, sometimes not. LOL.
Compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
Like, remember, I'm so crazy toxic that the fact that Ethan might have even talked to my co-host on a podcast or has even been on my subreddit is enough to discredit everything that Ethan says. But Hasan, full-scale consuming all of Bad Empanada's hit pieces on Ethan, he's wacky sometimes, LOL.
Reason why that
I can compartmentalize, by the way.
YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other...
Also, I'm sorry, there's just so many lies, it's hard to keep up. Keep in mind, too, here, this started off with Hasan saying that, he said that the only reason he didn't watch Bad Empanada is because Bad Empanada asked him not to watch him. And now we've switched to a totally different argument because that was blown up in real time, right?
Who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many? How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe one?
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, not all of them are about me.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the...
These are most likely...
Hold on. Over 60-day period, that's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. The fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular?
Oh no!
You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally.
I have no control over my fan channels, but by the way, Destiny is literally pulling the strings and controlling every single aspect of your life and every single part of your life, and maybe even the entire Israeli government. Okay, the reason why I'm not anti-Semitic is because I can be anti-Semitic. I don't even believe that Jews control the world. I think that Destiny controls the world through the Jews. Okay. But also, I have no control, and I don't know if there's 700 fan channels that are constantly supposed to be shitting on you. I mean, what am I going to do? LOL.
Showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part. So you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
It actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
True.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the no.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
Same moment multiplied.
No, this one does not have this.
Photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so,
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
hold on.
story
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channel.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including clips.
What year?
You have mentioned me. 2025.
So you're saying I story about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per.
Did Hasan not have any clips? Is it just something that Subreddit posted or?
Day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh no.
Oh no!
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. So
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hospi, when are we in agreement?
Hasan, you say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video
streaming
is bad,
it, bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?"
What? Based? Okay.
Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is
your frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay? And that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what that was about.
It's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous Redditors.
Remember, you have no idea, by the way. You have no confidence in your argument if you have to keep cutting them off like this. Hasan knows that he has a narrative, he wants to push it out, and that's it. And he can't let Ethan respond because it'll blow up his framing of things.
Who's extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to...
Okay.
Okay. You want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Yeah.
Go on. Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were...
What?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented... I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie to sue a random Redditor for a reason. Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good.
Mr.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I have had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now, let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the Content Cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
How?
Why not just watch the video then? Why not just watch the video? It seems cowardly. You're like, I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he's making a good point.
You have, in the cringiest ways possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.
That I didn't respond to until you tried to months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't watch the video. How do you know that?
Do I have the capacity?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity?
So where'd you get the list? Did someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not just watch the video then? Why not just watch the video? It seems cowardly.
Wait,
I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get.
Why would you get a list? Why can't you just watch it? You literally watched. You've watched everything else. You watched the Content Cop the second it came out.
My feelings hurt, and maybe he'd make a good point.
You have, in the cringiest ways possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.
I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So
by the way, being pro-Palestine means you are infallible and can never be criticized. That's awesome logic. You want to talk about the content nuke, Hasan? Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one?
Ethan said Hasan watched 11 hate videos, 19 hours of content hating on Ethan. Nice.
Clip that was out of context. You call it the context puke. Name one.
Oh, the context question.
Clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Wow, and he won't even say it. He's such a fucking pussy, dude. He's so cowardly. What a loser. You're talking right now. Why would you quote a video? You're talking. Just say it.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So,
good job.
One of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of context
is that one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, where me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that was a rape denier?
Bro, it literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed you.
I showed you. That wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflict in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. Or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to
give me examples that was out of context?
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept.
Jesus Christ, Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a.
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it. And then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. These inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you so again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and Snark posts.
True.
And reads their interpretation of my video.
True.
Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on people.
They're fucking Nazis.
That doesn't make it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a cry bully claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean?
What do you think a cry bully is, Hasan? A cry bully is when you're it's what you guys do, actually, especially people like Frogan. A cry bully is when you're bullying people and then you're crying that you're getting anything back. That's a cry bully. Cry bullying is not just crying. What?
To be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally?
Oh, you're gonna call him crazy again? Are you just gonna call him crazy again? Does he not know what cry bully is, or?
You're a goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news. Do you know what's going on?
What? So that guy stands in for all Jews or all Israelis? Careful, Hasan's getting into dangerous territory right now. Wait, so you can bully a Jewish person on campus because of something Israel's doing? I thought that was just about Zionism, not Judaism, or what's going on there?
An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses.
Please catch him. Please catch him on this. Please catch him on this. Please catch him on this.
Has now led to the Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits play a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted
So you're
by.
saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they
immediately.
Look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God,
Only Hasan can take it back. Only Hasan can take it back.
You want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
My God.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
All right, sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm going to say this very clearly
it's not that you cared. It's that
I'm
you
going to say this very
fucking
clearly to you right now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide
Please tell me Ethan knows the facts of this. The Houthis aren't targeting only Israeli ships. They'll target any ship. They're not exclusively targeting ships going to Israel or that fly an Israeli flag. They're not doing that. That's a lie.
To implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They're on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel. Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned. It's a big multi.
It was owned by an Israeli island or what? What did he just say?
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
So every single boat that has anything to do with any Jewish or Israeli person ever that has any percent stake ownership. What? What?
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was five totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners.
Prisoners, by the way, in your fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too? Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points did you actually back on?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It's an Israeli conglomerate.
It's owned by a British company.
Ship.
So it's owned by a British company.
You literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that even if they got.
Oh my God. Sorry, we caught up to reality again.
Some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing... Their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait.
Oh, so you're going to criticize the resistance for not being perfect?
Dude, let's ring up the Al-Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was, I remember.
Wasn't it like within the week though? Like it was, I think it was, because I think we looked at this, it was like within the week. Like, was it one day before? It might have been one day before. Like, Jesus.
They said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
They
were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Were they held prisoner for a year? Don't leave this point, Ethan.
Held prisoner for a year.
Okay.
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
That was justified.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year?
Deterrence.
Well, how's it deterrence?
Deterrence to do terrorism? That's so funny. Hasan has literally argued his way, by the way, into the Israeli position that they had pre-73 or pre-94 before they'd actually had any formal peace agreements. That was the Israeli argument. Listen, if you attack us because of anybody, we're coming back into your country. We're blowing the fuck up out of anything on our border because of deterrence, because fuck you. It's not enough for you to host Fedayeen attacks or other types of terrorists, PLO, Hezbollah, whatever. We're going to come in on your country because it's deterrence. That's the Israeli argument. Hilarious that... Israel constantly says the reason why we act this way is because it's the only language that the Middle East understands, and Hasan apparently proves that point correct.
Israel kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence? Yes,
how is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bank.
So terrorism is justified. Ethan should just get him. So terrorism is justified if it's for a good end, then, and then Hasan will say something like, "Well, the America does terror."
Corrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population...
That country's been in a civil war for like 100 years. Maybe they should focus on their own shit before trying to stop a genocide. It's something like that's not part of their prerogative right now. Jesus.
You should have responded to the Israeli genocide. Should they have sat back and just
Yemeni
let it
is
happen?
not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
that's what Norman Finkelstein said.
How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
It's not unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was, it wasn't, even if it was
they didn't
unaffiliated,
kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending that?
Ethan, you know what's
defending them kidnapping these unaffiliated foreign sailors?
Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla. 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism.
As of this conversation taking place, Israel last night literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Justice is
served. Do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo.
Like, remember, these guys will literally say, I can't even imagine what these monstrous Zionists in Israel think. I can't even get into their mind. I can't understand it all. But like, why would the Houthis hijack random ships and take Filipino people hostage for a year? Well, they probably feel like they need to do something to stop the genocide in the Gaza Strip, and this is the only way that they could actually have some kind of Jesus Christ.
When that's straight, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
You're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
But you're lying. That's what I mean.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't
matter. Okay, that's the point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You ask. You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
What would you do? Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're going to figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated, holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance. Okay.
Bro, bringing up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, this is the number one thing that would, if I was a Jew, I would take away Finkelstein's Jew card for doing this. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is one of the worst talking points of ever. These people were already being shuttled off to death camps. It was the only way they could fight back, and they got fucking slaughtered. I think it was like 1 to 10,000. They killed like one Nazi, maybe, I think. Like, this is so not even close to comparable. And they weren't doing random terrorist attacks on random other countries or ships that they could find.
Okay. That cut off supply lines. Okay. Supply lines for the Nazis.
Supply lines for the Nazi military. Supply lines for the Nazi military.
Or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians.
Oh my God.
Impacted civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
True.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with their fucking methods. Well, you have no way. You have no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I said just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Is that possible? Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again. And then
that's
also
great.
turned
what does
around.
that do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
Innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it? Oh. It's a different thing. You think the Ansarullah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement's
history. I'll say yeah. Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansarullah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord.
Dude, this is the cringiest thing that this uneducated terrorist agitprop fuck, God, Trump, you can do one thing that would make me support you, okay? Is when he knows one esoteric fact about this, and then he tries to be like, no notes, don't do anything. Why don't you tell me about this video thing? Like, you're so retarded, bro. And anybody that knows anything about this conflict knows how retarded you are. And him to try to pop quiz somebody here about the founding of fucking Hezbollah? Why don't you tell me why Palestinians were in Lebanon? That's an interesting question. Where did they come from before that? Why were they kicked out of that country? Why did they get kicked out of Lebanon? What happened there, Hasan? Like, dude, there's so many random things that you could do for you, but oh my God, it's so cringe.
Or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansarullah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
You don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
It turned out that actually,
give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansarullah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have slaves. That's not even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The Houthis have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when Saudi Arabia was doing a fucking genocide.
Having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about,
acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit, okay?
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
how's that blockade, by the way, helping the country?
Saudi Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the famine in Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
It's not.
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansarullah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters? How they came to power?
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. And the headline.
Does Hasan know how they came into power? Does Hasan know anything about the history of Yemen, or who the Houthis were before they were the official government of North Yemen? Technically, I don't even if he knows that Yemen is divided into two. It used to be 3-ish governments, but I think Al Qaeda is completely destroyed now. I think, but
lines that you used in your context cue were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansarullah movement. Having said that, of course.
Oh, well, where do you get your news from that doesn't have a personal investment in it, Hasan? Where does your news come from?
I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansarullah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
You agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts.
How is that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these.
How is that
you
relevant?
used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's
a primary source. What do you think that even means, Hasan? What?
The reputable guy, which
he
think
said
I agree.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about? Here, listen.
You use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day
sure you
if you
can.
want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
For committing terrorist attacks.
What the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? As you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is a direct material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Oh my God, dude.
Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across
no, it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
and you just talk and talk and talk, and makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction.
Oh, they're just poor.
This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is
Look at how understanding he is. Arabs are actual retarded fucking children to this guy. Like, they're actually retarded fucking children. Like, bro, I get it. I know why they have to, be homophobic, and I know why they have to do all this fuck shit. Like, I get it, man. Like, it's totally understandable. Like, there's an infinite amount of charitability, an infinite amount of understanding that's extended to these people. But it's like, for Israel, I can't even imagine why they would feel that way about a group of people that have been launching rockets at them nonstop for the past 20 years. I don't know why.
Is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. And again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
That's so stupid.
I think it's fair.
No, you shouldn't even own this. This is just, oh, fuck. We're getting out of, Ethan being prepared with, points and just being able to navigate arguments fluently. If Hasan is going to say, I support Hezbollah, but not because of what they do in Syria, but because of maybe what they do in Israel, then why is it that you have to condemn the entirety of the IDF as a terrorist organization? Like, what? We can have selective support for Hezbollah, but we can't have selective support for the IDF? What?
Characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier.
No, it's because he had fucking videos of himself touring the ship with the hostages and talked about him and said he was a Houthi soldier. You literally know this, Hasan. This is why you brought him on. He's such a liar. Holy shit, he's so disgusting. Oh my God.
Doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi.
You don't... Hold on. I'm so sorry. You think the entire governing body, you think every single person that's a part of that, I'm pretty sure part of the reason why they rebranded themselves as Ansar Allah or whatever is because they don't want to just have the branding of the Houthis. You think every single person that's a part of that government and regime or every single person that's a part of that northern Yemen is part of the al-Houthi family? What?
Not al-Haddad, okay?
Let's watch that.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's
fucked
look at
up.
it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
Let me
it's not
show you.
because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in Yemen, and in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
because the fighter jets that blow up their schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide.
You understand that Yemen has been in conflict and civil war for like the entirety of its whatever existence it's had for like the past, at least for the past century. Like it didn't just start because of the Jews. You understand this, right? Like what?
That you called a genocide is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side of
claim
the
they're doing
world,
it on
when they
behest of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do you
including
think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Did
He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting, my point that I was fucking
Anne Frank
presenting.
is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them?
Yeah. Took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that,
Not
Ethan.
bad, but she'd be viewed differently. She would be viewed as Anne Frank.
Say Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't, but for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they have
Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn
they're
the
directly
Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
What are you talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
Do you wanna see
let me show you this because you've been
Why
going on
can't
and
you
on.
just explain it, Hasan?
I want to show you that. Yes, okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You gotta stop.
Oh, the Warsaw Ghetto.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video, okay? He says, ready for maybe I read it.
Sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike. Or, how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes to are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is.
Wait, I could be wrong, but didn't he respond in Arabic? Weren't those translated? Or because I thought some of the things are like questions that are asked and then it does like the translation, or it might not. Because it says "see original" here. Doesn't that mean it was typed in a different language?
Definitive. Why did he say yes to are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Like, is this kid just fucking retarded? He's like, bro, he can't even speak English. He just typed 3 random letters on his phone that happened to have the English keyboard up to a random assortment of letters that he saw as a question, and somehow, like, what?
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately.
Uh-oh.
If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank, by the way,
if Anne Frank lived, if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel.
What do you mean? On that one, because I would not give a would be loud and proud going, hey.
You see how Hasan is like playing a game here, right? Like Ethan's just right. Even if you don't know anything about, Anne Frank's diary or the story, like I feel like everybody's heard that line. I don't remember it, but what is it? Something along the lines of like, despite everything that's happened, I still, I still see the good in all people, or some bullshit like that. Like this is like she was just like it's like the innocence of a little girl, basically, growing up, going through puberty, and also being in like the fucking Holocaust and having people like that's the story of Anne Frank. It's not Anne Frank as a resistance fighter. Hasan is trying to say if she was a resistance fighter, what you'd think she's bad? No, I'm sure we would still support it, and I'm sure it would still be probably make for a more interesting diary, but it would be different. That's obviously true. It would be a different type of story.
That's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
He was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her?
No, that's not what he's saying.
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
you
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Yeah.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. I mean, you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains? That wasn't even correct. You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me? Just insane.
Here's some clips
but hold on.
Besides
shown. Being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay. After this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين نمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the
Feeling
Jews,
like a
guys.
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
The problem is,
he believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate. No,
he said Jews. He in the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect it as
And that's the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Oh my God. Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person,
I
Ethan.
watched it. That's not what he said, though.
He has no reason
He said
to
if they
lie.
support Palestine, then I like them.
He could be dead by
You're
now.
lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't say love.
What did he say? Hold on a second.
Like.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter.
God.
If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We gotta move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally
assume
said that
I
on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions and what
Material
plays
conditions,
a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs
their
to fear us but
upbringing looks
Jews,
like.
he said. I'm going to shove my gun in.
Remember, material conditions are really important when we're describing why people in Yemen or the Palestinians or whatever, why they feel the way they do. But when it comes to Israel, we can just speak in racially essential terms, basically. That's good.
Kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
No.
Oh, God.
He's
Okay,
so
dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No, why
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way,
Stop
is this,
being
I don't know if
so
this is,
spoiled.
I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can,
it doesn't,
it does
fine.
matter, unfortunately.
It's most likely
you're
not
on Twitch
fucking
where
claimed.
stealing
Come on.
content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid, someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link?
Mr. Fair Use. Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is, you fucking moron? It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you.
Dude, the come swallow laugh he does is probably like the worst. I think it is the thing that irritates me the most. It's like worse than the that one. When he does the whatever this noise is. God, it's like the. I'm so fucking bothered, but I'm trying to communicate how little I care. So I'm just gonna like It's so fucking annoying.
A big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get
Of course
your
I care about my monetization status.
Sue them and make demands about how they
What's
have
that do
to
with fair use, man?
release
Yeah.
information about their
All right,
about their
let me
allegiance
play
to
this for a
Reddit.
minute and then we'll move on. This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going.
Man,
No, I love this. This is great. Let it.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
You asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what? Do you think?
Jews,
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
It was called cringe as fuck, lazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
They look like a human being.
Oh, and now the racism comes out. By the way, Ethan is browner than Hasan, just to be clear, in case you guys didn't know that. Okay.
You're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
Let's get back to
dipshit?
the IDF.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets?
It's fucking insane.
In the process
was
of
my wife out there
that they're doing.
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
The process of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city,
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think we're
Is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist, Ethan?
She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target? Do you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't. Okay.
Wait, I thought you said even like baby settlers were valid targets. Wait, so people in the IDF aren't valid targets, Hasan? That's a fucking lie.
Please move on to this the NAPA thing.
Listen to me.
Hasan,
listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he fucking stabbed civilians?
Do you
Does that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
Do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up?
Like, Hasan has no details or information about this, whatever supposed arrest this was at all. He has no clue whatsoever. But
they're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever commit violence on civilians that
They
weren't being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not random at all. It says a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words.
So
I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide? Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
Fled the country.
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even
religious exemption is only if you're part of the, I think it was the ultra-Orthodox people or whatever, and you'd have to literally go to the West Bank and start fucking pumping out kids.
And then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen, you can talk to her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, well, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored. She
talk.
had a
The fact that
secondary
you're
job.
just
She
talking
made
over me
description. It
and
was
being
an
louder
adventure
does
for
not
her.
mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good to listen to what I have to say. She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious terrorist
killed people?
monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course.
I know Hasan doesn't know this because you know anything about the West Bank or Palestine, but anybody can go to Ramallah. Like, you can go to Ramallah. Like, plenty of Jews go to Ramallah. Well, I don't know post October 7th, but you can go to these places, especially to shop. A lot of people do it, especially on the during Shabbat or whatever. They'll go to the Palestinian markets because they can buy shit because Jews close all their stores because they're lazy. Like, it's not like it's just only Palestinians allowed in Ramallah. So
if he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it. And never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person there arrested like stabbed people? Like, you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
That is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
I don't think anything for that breaking the silence shit is considered good. Like, a lot of it was just anonymous people saying crazy shit. I think there are people that tried to verify some of the stories. Breaking the silence was supposedly like anonymous IDF soldiers coming forward and talking about atrocities and crimes that have been committed against Palestinians. But when you try to fact check some of the things they say, like, they're literally impossible. I don't know what the totality of that report is, but my understanding is it's not seen as a very credible report. There's a lot of like bad stuff that the IDF has done. So I don't know why people have to invent more, but I guess when you're part of the pro-Pally gang.
Just like Frogan says, I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she
want to know why? Because I understand people
Destiny, you're wrong about this. It's Area A. I think you mix it with Ramallah. I'm not mixing it at all. I promise you I'm not, because I went there and you can get in. After October 7th, I think that they're a little bit more skittish about Israeli Jews going to places like this, but it used to be. After October 7th, everybody got a lot weirder, but people would go to these cities and shit to shop and stuff. It would happen. There are plenty of Jews that did it.
can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no, you don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
okay,
is
she's
called
a terrorist.
a night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
the
like
reason
just
why
so...
the reason why the Israeli occupying force, participates in these night raids in the West Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
So talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do. You got to move on.
The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan, is
take that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
This is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against the goddamn government doing this shit every day.
Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying, I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle. She says the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's a fucking terrorist who says he wants to kill Jews.
Also doesn't see it, and that's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro, please. I want this to be watchable, okay? Let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. Okay? So specifically, you said this, you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
to the 1948 trees, just to give the expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between...
Ooh. Hasan doesn't know any of the actual history of this. Good luck.
Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing.
Planned Dalit was not a planned ethnic cleansing. If that was the case, why didn't they literally expel all of them? That's not true. But, okay.
Campaign to, one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever.
It was done in reaction to first it was the civil war when Palestinians tried to expel the Jews, and then it was after the whole war started when all the other Arab states invaded, but...
Because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them and
no, this isn't a comparison
by massacring them.
What was fucking hell,
and then
bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of answering
tell the tale. You asked me a question and I can't even fucking answer it? What are we doing?
You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about the historical fact of not...
Hasan can't just say the exaggeration because Hasan doesn't have the intellectual horsepower to engage with any of the questions. He's got like dialogue trees and lines of stuff that he can just like kind of read down and recite, but he can't like dynamically engage with anything that's being said. It's actually insane.
And okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay,
go ahead.
Yasin.
Ethan should when Hasan is talking about shit like this, Ethan should tell Hasan to spin his chair around because he's just reading off of a fucking wiki or some shit. He's just got like a prepared script for this. You should make him spin his chair and recite it.
Is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what
the
Nakba. What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
deals
with either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gained independence. 1940.
Oh, no. I could be Palestine's strongest soldier because I know all the talking points on both sides of this, and neither of them have gone into enough depth to truly have this conversation. There's a really big I think this is more conspiratorial. There's an idea that the bombings in Baghdad, I think, which is what Ethan is about to get into, were actually done at the behest of like Yishuv Jewish soldiers or whatever. And if Hasan wanted to further bolster that claim, he could point to the Levant affair, which was an actual plan to bomb some places in Cairo in order to get Jews to flee Egypt to go to Israel. I don't think the Baghdad stuff was proven, but the Levant affair in Cairo from Israel, that is absolutely true. I don't know if Hasan knows any of this, but...
34, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Avi Shlaim he's okay. A little bit to the left, kind of, but he's okay generally.
Convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh.
I don't believe there's solid proof of any of this. Again, there is for Egypt. I don't think there's been any real proof that that Israel or pre-Israel had been involved in, or that Israel had been involved in like bombing in Baghdad to get people to come out. I don't think that there's ever been proof of this.
Were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Well, I'm not even familiar with the process or when this was brought up or anything, but
tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea of going to Israel.
So
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Shlaim actually said.
My research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Hashem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shlaim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right. Even if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs.
The thing, both of these guys are actually correct. I think Avi might give the synthesis here. The reality is there are push and pull factors. None of the Jews felt very welcome here. All of these Arab states fucking hated Jews after 48. They absolutely fucking hated them because they got disgraced. Keep in mind that in the world, Jews were losers that had hooked noses, did banking, and got owned by Germans. So the idea they're beating them in military conflicts is not okay. So there were a lot of hostilities towards Jewish people in these countries. And then there were also a lot of pull factors. It's push and pull. So both are correct. It wasn't just one or the other. But to pretend that like either side doesn't exist is delusional, which Hasan is definitely doing. Either's kind of doing it, but
it was persecution by the government, and I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, "We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe." He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book
Hasan has not read a single book on Israel-Palestine. It's painfully obvious. There are so many better pro-Palestinian arguments that he could bring up if he knew literally anything about this subject matter. Also, it's very obvious he hasn't read anything on it because when Hasan tried to play geography games like 5 or 6 years ago, he couldn't find a single Middle Eastern country on the map, which is fine, by the way, if you didn't know anything about it. But he certainly hasn't read since he started streaming. This motherfucker streams like 16 hours a day. When would he have the fucking time for it? Also, I believe... did Avi Schleim write Lion of Zion? I've read parts of this over the Jordanian king, who's a very interesting story. If you wanted to cite a cool Avi Schleim book, I think that was Avi Schleim.
Wrote about this.
I think.
But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
No. Wait,
the book that I'm referencing...
Did I say Lion of Zion? Wait.
Is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds.
It is Lion. It's Lion of Jordan. My bad. Not Lion of Zion. Lion of Jordan. That didn't make sense for that.
He writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does,
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You moron. You racist piece of.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
that fucking?
Well, I don't even know what Hasan was trying to connect there, but okay.
Racist piece of shit.
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq?
If the Arabs weren't all of one mind, what do you think pan-Arabism means? What is the goal of that? Why did all the Arab states... Hasan is actually more correct than he realizes there, but he doesn't realize how Arabs weren't all of one mind, which is why Palestinians got so after 48, because Jordan stole the West Bank and stopped, because Egypt stole the Gaza Strip and stopped, and it's one of the reasons why the Palestinians have been under occupation really since 48. They like to say since 67, but it's really since 48, with the West Bank being occupied by Jordan and the Gaza Strip being occupied by Egypt.
Back in fear.
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer the
Iraqi
question.
Jews that left
You want to call me
Iraq in
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not one-minded. That there were numerous pan-Arabic
Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people. They had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses. They had homes. They were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would...
Was Hasan about to say it? Was Hasan about to be secretly based? It's so weird. Why does everybody hate Jews everywhere, Ethan? Oh my God. Was Hasan about to be super based for a second? Holy shit, our neo-Nazi arc? Hold on.
The Iraqis hate that Jews living in their homes that they were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate that Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism.
That has nothing to do with that, you absolute fucking dumbass. What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there, so you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
They left.
I've never justified that.
Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're a liar.
I recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know, let's go over them,
genius. And their pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
let's go over them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western nations.
Facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're supposed to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. What you do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians never allowed to return?
They were forced to go there by the Arab countries.
Countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily. These are completely separate countries.
Nobody's justifying the Nakba.
You are packaging them together to make...
Why are they allowing a small minority of Jews to come back? Here's the question. What Arab state would, you know, there are more like Arab Palestinians living in Israel than there are Jews living in every other Arab state in the world, like times 100, right? Like, yeah, I mean, Israel is okay with Arabs living in Israel as a minority of the population. Like, what? It's such a stupid point. God, this is such a, oh my God, it's actually so embarrassing. That like, if I was Palestinian, I would kill myself, not because of Israel, but because people like Hasan are my fucking champions in the West. Holy shit.
It's justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
Racist. Don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not justifying that at all.
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point. That
why did they leave? Their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes. Why did they leave?
Understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arab...
If Ethan just needs to ask this question. Okay, fine. They're not Palestine. Why did all of the Arab states, why did all 6 or 7 Arab states, why did they all declare war against Israel then after after they declared independence then? What was going on there? Were they all independently just declaring war, or?
Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism. And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war, after the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that.
This would be in Egypt after 48. This is I think the Levant affair was it 51? This would be a good point for Hasan to bring up, but or 54. But
that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
True.
No, Ethan. If you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Oh yeah. Okay. He's a very careful speaker, by the way.
Egypt, Iraq, Morocco. Each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were
in the MENA region all the way to the Levant. The MENA stands for Middle East, North Africa. Sometimes we use the term Greater Middle East to refer to this, right? Because technically, like, I think the hardcore version of the Middle East doesn't include like Egypt, for instance, right? But we would say that. So we say MENA or Greater. So I don't know why, but the Levant is literally just explaining the territory of like, I think it's like the Sinai Peninsula to or the northern part of that up through like where kind of like southern Lebanon and Syria is. I don't know why he would overlap those other than the fact he's just throwing out words he's heard before, but okay.
Where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven liar.
Do you think that Jews, and I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned to saying liars.
The amount
you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews, injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
Like, this is one of the, like, I'm pretty sure that is the Levant affair. And Hasan doesn't know it. This is why I know Hasan has never read a single thing. This would be like arguing U.S. history with somebody and bringing up, like, 9/11 and not knowing who caused it or not having any concept about it. Like, I feel like it's one of the most talked about. And if you read any of the new or older Israeli historians or followed literally anything about this, you would absolutely know about this because it's one of the most common anti-Israeli talking points, anti-Jew talking points that are brought up when it comes to Jews fleeing other Middle Eastern states. Because you say, oh, well, the only reason they fled is because the Mossad constructed terrorist attacks everywhere. And in Cairo is one of your biggest examples of that. The fact that Hasan doesn't even know this to talk about it is insane. Although I bet, yeah, Hasan's chat might start spamming it, and then maybe Hasan will remember. But it's crazy that he pretends he's read anything about this.
Ethan,
in 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct violence, direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
The
56 war. There's another one. Hasan doesn't know anything. In 56, the fucking Israel basically fabricated a war to get in good with fucking France and Great Britain. They basically made some bullshit up to fight over like the Suez Canal and like to do a full-on fucking invasion in Egypt. I understand why Egypt would have kicked Jews out there, but I don't know if Hasan knows anything about that war either. Holy shit!
Displaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison is gross.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charge.
It's so stupid of him to say it has nothing to do with the Palestinians. That's not true. It has everything to do with the Palestinians.
every single Arab state that was created after the expiration of the mandates, after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, when the mandates were created by and monitored by Britain, by France, all of these other Arabs got their states, and then you had these big leaders, your Nassers in Egypt, that had this pan-Arab dream, okay? The pan-Arab dream was completely clusterfucked by an insertion of what the Arabs at the time saw as these fucking Europeans that were inserted into fucking Palestine to make their own state. For him to say that none of the Arabs in the surrounding area cared about the existence of Israel or about the Palestinians or the Arabs at that particular point in time is so fucking stupid. All of them cared. That's why all of them kept going to war over and over and over and over again to try to get the Jews out of there. Jesus.
The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence...
That's not Palestine. They're not they're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
My point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an
what is
example.
wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing to
what
at the time when Jews were leaving
They
were literally
Hasan, please, you
controlled
gotta
by
fucking answer a
English and
question.
French. By the English and French colonial occupation.
They were not controlled by the English and French. Just because they were mandates, the whole point of the mandate was to hand over control. Fuck, even the British mandate of Palestine wasn't being controlled by the Brits after probably 1943, 1944. Like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just so stupid, bro.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison,
oh my
that's
God.
what I'm
anti-Semitic for
it's
Jewish
like
people to get kicked out of their
Armenian
homes.
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire, and the forces, and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted a mass extermination campaign.
He's not about to blend in with the Brits,
other
is he?
fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence, and as a
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct.
Wait, what? Did he just say the Armenian genocide happened because Turks were being expelled from other countries? Is that what he just said?
That they conducted a mass extermination campaign is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after
were also
independence,
getting
and as a
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom
It's
happened as a
ironically the same
direct
fucking thing that
result
that's the way
of
that
the
it was
war,
taught
bro.
in the past. That it was a,
By the way,
it
did
was
you
a
say
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Because,
oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that, like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an
resist?
insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
wait,
anti-Jewish
why did you
rights
bring it up?
broke
What's your
out
point?
amid
What's your
post-war
point?
unrest.
What's your point about
Synagogues
Anne
were
Frank?
burnt.
Yes,
Jewish
What's your point about
institutions
Anne
were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day
Why was
War
that
backlash.
insane? Whoa,
In
whoa,
1967,
whoa.
another Israel
My
victory.
question for you was, would you hate on Anne
Jewish
Frank
communities
if
got
she wasn't a
mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled.
lied.
Anti-Jewish
Fauci
rights broke out in
died or
1948. You'll
something. I
notice
mixed that up, sorry.
most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the Declaration of State of Independence of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
Ooh,
These are direct Zionist talking
This
points.
is historical facts, literally spread by your very own.
Pro-Pallies love to do this one. To be fair, the Zionists are crazy as well. I'm just sorry, but Hasan is a fucking retard here. So it looks like I'm siding more with him or against him or whatever. Whatever. Pro-Pallies love to do this. All real history is just Western propaganda, by the way.
Avi Schleim, who if I'll quote it back to you said...
This is why, by the way, like the entire Arab world has all agreed to collectively commit fucking suicide if Jews ever dig anything, ever. That's why it's such a huge fucking deal about digging anywhere near Al-Aqsa Mosque, is because Arabs will, like, or Muslims more specifically, will collectively kill themselves if they discover anything underneath the Temple Mount, because the whole idea is that there were no Jewish temples there. That's bullshit. No, I can't hear you. And if they were to dig up and find anything, it would literally be over, okay?
We didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews
Who said?
that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh
Your
at you.
failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully. Palestinian self-determination and Israel's right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000 were relocated in Tunisia.
The PLO did recognize that, as a matter of fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Why did the PLO want other countries to do a right to return? Evacuating all the Jews out of Israel? What a stupid fucking point. Holy shit.
Avi Schleim said,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?
Dude,
So the
Avi
PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so.
Oh, Arafat wanted Jews to to leave Israel? No shit, Hasanavi. Oh my God. This is like saying Netanyahu's just being compassionate when he wants Palestinians to leave the Gaza Strip. What an unbelievably retarded talking point.
Into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet Israel was
you
the one
deny
who
the flight of Middle Eastern Jews. No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely deny the trauma.
You are
No, you deny that they left by... You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
There are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
that
some
is true.
did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they
Well, are there some Palestinians that left by choice in the Nakba then? Would you acknowledge that?
were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6 day war
aftermath. Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
Yeah, they're all horrible.
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
I have heard you talk about it time and time again. I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because here's the clip.
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here. So you're just fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen. If you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, the Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched the clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as...
What, Herzl? This guy died in like 1907. What are you talking about?
Dismissive is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms
minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity. Because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists. Because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up. Do you
deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
He won't
answer. Say it again. I wasn't listening.
True.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to it. The fucking Arabs, the anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can...
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking...
It's not even racist, you fucking retard. His own position wouldn't even survive an internal critique. You're saying they don't view themselves as all Arabs, you racist fuck. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought earlier you said that the divisions of countries were artificially created by the British after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, after World War I. So wait, so which is it? Was it the Ottoman Empire as a singular unified empire, or was it a whole bunch of disparate people ruled by the Turks, okay, who were the rulers of the Ottoman Empire? Which is it? So are they all Arabs that saw themselves that way, kind of? Or were they actually distinct groups, so the British was right to cut them up into different countries, or what is it?
Unbelievable,
that was my entire
it's
point.
historic. I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, you're so. I'm sorry to say this.
You're so racist.
I don't know if your audience gets this as well.
You're just so
but
racist,
what you just
bro.
said
It's
earlier
so racist.
is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are shifting the blame over to the
absolutely was the blame of the Arabs.
At a time when every single one of these Arab countries,
absolutely,
with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism,
half
of them were already.
Every single country was their own version of pan-Arab. What do you think the pan in pan-Arab means? What is pan-Arab? What?
Still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers.
They literally were not controlled. That was the point of the mandate, was to hand over control. That was the whole point.
Like Vichy France,
that was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states. Oh, really?
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Comparison.
I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave,
regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering.
Why is that
not comparable to the Nakba?
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing that.
And by the way, they're both, you made that comparison to say
also, it's hilarious that Hasan will paint Europe with a broad brush. He'll say European or Western. He'll paint that with a broad brush, like Nazis do, funnily enough. But all of the individual Arab states were super unique and didn't have any kind of desire to work with anybody or anything like that. Absolutely, totally different. Ignoring the fact that Syria and Egypt were literally, by the way, they joined up as the same country. I think for like 15 years. Okay, I think it was called the Republic of Egypt or something. Like they literally were the same country for I think over a decade, but like ignore that. It's so stupid.
It could seem as though it was a much larger
because
crime.
People like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back.
UAR, United Arab Republic. That's it.
Back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay, how? Tell me how. How did the Jews go back to
their home? They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed
and by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process.
Oh my God.
So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this point.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
You
I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought it up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because you make it sound one-sided.
That two people were traumatized.
I think
there was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I acknowledge you acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing. How
am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries.
At the same.
Anti-Semitic violence in random countries, randomly, after 48, after 56, after 67, randomly, all of the Arab majority states just happen to start just random LOL.
Same time following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you denied.
Also failed to recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I think it's 0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
I think
why would it?
Virtually none.
I think it's like a couple thousand.
Why would Iraqi
if it was so fucking great for them? Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region, with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people.
You don't want to blame the Arabs.
But this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking...
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
This is so... God, I wish I was in Ethan's shoes right now. Who did the Holocaust? The Germans did the Holocaust. Oh, so it wouldn't be fair to blame all Europeans like it would be to blame all Arabs. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Oh, and there's such a good counter argument to this as well. But so when the Germans were Holocausting the Jews, did all of Europe stand by and watch? Were all Europeans on the same side, or was that a conflict where Europe was fighting Europe? Oh, so when Israel declared independence, what Arab states fought against other Arab states, right? Because if you want to make that comparison, that all the Arab states weren't unified, then who was fighting who on the Arab side? Why don't you get into that? That would be the comparison here. The counter argument would be deep knowledge of the fact that the Jordanian government actually for a long time, and it has to do with that one book that Avi Schleim wrote, actually it talks about the line of Jordan. It's not Hussein. I don't remember the guy's name. Fuck. The first one was assassinated in Jerusalem by the Palestinians, actually. But you could say that, well, technically not all of the Arabs were working, in concert with each other to destroy Israel. And Jordan for a long time was secretly kind of friendly towards the Israelis. But this is too deep. No one cares.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because...
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if you...
What's happening? Dude, when you already... Okay, here, whatever.
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would say.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
Yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too.
Because half of Europe was fighting a war against the other. What are you talking about? You don't blame every single country. This is so stupid for so many different reasons. One, Europe was at war with itself. Okay. Number one. Number two, there actually are a decent amount of Jews that do hold Europe, by the way, responsible for Jews being killed in the Holocaust. A lot of Jews were really fucking salty at the end of the Holocaust because they were literally begging to be allowed back into Palestine. And after 39, the Brits said, sorry, no more you fuckers can leave. And there was at least one huge ship that got turned around and sent back to the fucking camps. I'm pretty sure it was with Carter. I think Carter and Begin, there were a bunch of cables leaked where these guys are talking to each other. And I think Menachem Begin, who was he was in the Irgun, I think he was in the fucking concentration camps. He escaped from fucking Poland. And he was like, yo, when we were literally dying in the fucking concentration camps, okay, we asked you guys to help us disable fucking trains and you motherfuckers did nothing for us. Fuck you. So there were Jewish people in Israel after the Holocaust, after 48, they literally hated all of Europe and the West. That's why a lot of them went to Israel afterwards, because they didn't trust anybody. But who cares?
Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust,
concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs?
Okay.
They were
fighting
there's
each other
no
in Europe.
Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on Zionists.
Can you talk to him about this?
Oh my God.
Sure. I mean, he's going to I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would
I could almost certainly get an interview with Avi Schleim. I'm sure, right? I'm sure Betty Morris has the connect, right? You could also watch my talks with Benny Morris too, but you know.
Great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So listen.
Like Avi Schleim is not going to agree with Hasan here. If Hasan was smart, he would cite Ilan Pappé, which is somebody he is familiar with. He's never read a book by him. Everybody knows the name at least. Ilan Pappé would be the one who would back up the unhinged fucking narratives. Avi Schleim is pretty fair. He's now, if you're a big Zionist guy, they fucking hate Schleim. But Avi Schleim is I would say relatively fair, just in my uneducated whatever opinion. Avi Schleim would co-sign Ethan's position here 1,000,000% more than fucking Hasan's position. Hasan would find favor with Pappé. That's it. It's unhinged. He's so fucking stupid.
No, but I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation.
True.
But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of watching your fucking YouTube videos.
You watch 11 hate videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass! You're fucking...
He made one video, and it wasn't even a hate video, by the way. Ethan absolutely should never grant that point. That's so stupid by Ethan even imply that. Because Ethan made a substantive response to Hasan's political positions. Hasan watches videos that are talking about Ethan force-feeding his kids dog shit. It's not even remotely the same.
Community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking on at least 7 points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can continue this conversation later.
Listen, if you want to watch it,
I'll hold your hand through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't? Why is it you love Banana Banana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed. Without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you. Because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Banana Banana's video about you?
You watched all the. You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal Instagram
we talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st. 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you don't even believe your own mania.
Did he ever show proof of that, by the way? Did he have pictures or anything?
Hasan,
please, for the love of God.
Hasan, if you talk about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a bad video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
And the entire time you framed this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
That took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Kidnapping civilians? You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration,
The one killer ending question, I think would be a good one. This would maybe just be like, I guess for IDF propaganda points. He should just ask Hasan, okay, so to summarize, you think that October 7th was an acceptable form of resistance against the occupation? That would be a good question to end on.
black bagging people.
Yeah, that's
How
bad
do you
happening.
not
Don't call me
understand
out. That's
How do you
bad
not
happening. Don't call me
understand?
out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you
Why
not
didn't you watch the bad
understand
Epic video?
that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember,
You're playing
everybody
a formative
watching.
role when you don't talk about the mass starvation of
By
Gaza.
the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
Did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been
Congratulations for
equally
Kamala.
bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe
What did
Biden,
I
it's
do?
Kamala
Well,
Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC,
It's
but I
not-
actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism
And
to
they
the
got
Democratic
kicked
Party that
out,
they
by the
didn't
way.
listen to. Unfortunately,
Didn't they kick you out of the
because they
DNC?
didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about
my
me
God,
voting for Jill
true.
Stein, by the way? Can we talk about
Who'd you-
that?
I don't know.
Why the
Who'd
fuck
you-
do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who'd you
I
vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I
told
think
people
you did.
not to vote for Trump.
I
I
said-
said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein
Yeah, you didn't endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
And you didn't
kept
say
lying
who
to your
for.
audience.
He voted live, and he explicitly said that he wasn't going to tell his audience to vote for Kamala, by the way. I don't know if Ethan has that clip. I don't know why Hasan would cite this. Like, the live video helps him or exonerates him at all.
And you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you kept
think.
making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or urge people not to vote. There's never
Who'd you
been a
vote
moment where I
for?
said do
Who
not
did you
vote.
vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people.
Didn't he? I thought he said he... No, I might be thinking of Anna Kasparian. I know he didn't. He told his audience he wasn't going to necessarily tell them to vote for Kamala Harris. Did he actually vote? I don't remember.
No, you
audience
don't
that
have a
would.
problem. You don't have a problem
Why
with
didn't you
that.
endorse her
Why the
then?
fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said
huh?
I think because you didn't say who
Oh,
you
you
voted
think?
for.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
that's what I said.
think?
It's an
Oh, you
opinion.
think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind.
Oh
I've
my
literally,
God.
I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala
Well, you
Harris,
voted
and
for
I
her.
did not
There you go.
endorse Joe
And now
Biden.
Trump's
because you
president.
want to know why? Because you want to know
Trump's
why?
building the
Because
Riviera.
You're not even going to endorse the candidate that you vote for? Wait, you're in California, by the way, and I know he's used this talking point a lot. You're in California where your vote doesn't even matter, and you still voted for her, but you wouldn't endorse her? What? Wait, what? Isn't that kind of weird? Okay.
In Gaza Strip, and guess
They
what? You
did-
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the
as opposed
trauma
to
of
you.
both sides.
As oppo-
Two things
as opposed
must
to you,
always be
Ethan.
true,
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to
Again, bro,
apologize
the
because you're an
thing is you
embarrassing
can't- you
figure.
can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom
It
that
is
somebody
embarrassing
says
that you
something
have tried
wrong
to
and
make a
come back
story
and
into
corrects
politics.
it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going
I
to
did
make
defend
you
the
come
terrorists.
across as smart in this process.
Hasan,
Please,
there's-
for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You
Hasan.
are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions.
Oh my
you
God.
clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald
Who's
Trump.
my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you
shit
watch
he's,
my interview with him?
saying,
You
like the
fucking
Nelk boys and
dipshit. Our
whatnot.
entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
You're going
incompetent.
out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted
You
for
were
Donald
just
Trump.
on
You're
Nelk's-
defending
you were just
Hasman
on
Gold.
Steiny's
Saying
podcast,
Hasman
you
Gold
hypocrite.
is not actually Trump.
Remember earlier, this is good. It's good. This is a good comparison. Remember the beginning where Hasan couldn't, like, his connections with anybody is like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? You know, fuck, who was it in particular? Was it the Houthi kid? Like, I don't want to pass judgment on Frogan or any of these people. I have nothing to say about any of those other people. I don't know anything about Idubbbz. I don't know if he was in my house and he took my story. I don't have anything to say. But for Ethan, you played poker with people who voted with Donald Trump. What's wrong with you?
Coded.
I spent
okay?
hours
You're
shitting
doing
on
all this
Steiny.
because they
You're
don't.
just a liar.
Hasman Gold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
man
matter
is all
what the
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that
Ultimate
dude
Rape
is
Review?
because
I don't know
you
what
don't
the
give a
fuck
fuck.
you're
All you
Is he talking about me or somebody else right now? I don't think we ever had an Ultimate Rape Review. We just call it the Rape Review. Did somebody steal my branding?
care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine.
Oh,
People
Nicholas
will forget
Dorio.
that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the fuck
very
you're talking
personal
about,
for
and you have to be
Hasan.
babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Panana's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about
what.
He was
because he's
criticizing you.
pro-Palestine,
Oh, you're
and I
such
don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hasan.
difference in
It's
methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of
there's
my
no
depth. I
reason
shouldn't
to
talk
divide
about
the
the
movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh.
What?
Can you please contend with the obvious?
If you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about. So the only reason he attacks Ethan is because he just doesn't like his political position. Wait, what
does that even mean? What?
Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself.
He did.
I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
Dude, a 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to
That's what you wanted. That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status? Why would you lower his status?
Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
Drama obsessed.
What?
It's all drama.
You're fucking dude. Listen.
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, When it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
You ignore
Nelson
it. It's so
Mandela. Nelson
important.
Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip ship the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're
it-
going to say
what?
the violent things that
Hasan.
the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hasan, how many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than
or
100.
1,000?
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of
The apartheid in South Africa lasted almost 50 years, so I don't know what he means when he...
Israel
Does he
becoming
think
far
apartheid was like a 12-week thing, or what?
more radical. Because as I heard, years of colonial occupation.
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason
You're
why the
not
first
talking
intifada
about
was,
what I'm
was hot
talking
with
about.
stones,
You're just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me
against
read you.
Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I
The
actually
second
have
intifada,
facts.
as a matter of
I
fact,
have a
was fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life and offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with
Did they?
Yeah, because
No,
the
they didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence.
After how long, Hasan? After how long? Either should ask him, how long do you think apartheid was?
Consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's
was
Hamas
presented
doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having his sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They
On
said,
principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the
he
first
said
time.
no.
And in both
times
circumstances-
he refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
1,000 civilians.
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No, there was like,
civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties.
Oh, Ethan can get him here because Hasan will definitely say that maybe half of the deaths were caused by the Hannibal Directive, that Israel killed their own people. Hasan definitely believes that 1,000,000%.
October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable.
Oh, he's at 1,000 instead of 800. Oh no! Oh no!
I'm off
and
by
400 being
100. I
military
was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're an
just made
idiot.
a big. You're the one who's bringing
Oh
up
my
numbers
God,
here,
dude.
Ethan. And yes,
I
I
was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused
Principle.
to disavow violence.
Yeah.
Because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
How cringe Hasan is?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a Zionist?
incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
What Israel has done to the
Mandela
Palestinians
a
is
Zionist?
far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
And
ask
that is
someone that
not
lived
my
through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way.
And another killer question would be, these are all killer questions that these fuckers would never answer. Are you saying that the conditions that the Palestinians live under in Israel proper are worse than the conditions that that blacks had to live under in apartheid South Africa? Are you saying that it's worse, that the Arabs living in Israel proper, that they have to live a worse life then other races did in apartheid saw that. I want to hear the answer to that question.
That is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was able to
Mandela
fucking see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? Hasan, you're a liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said more
that you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that.
and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged.
What'd he say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable.
Nobody disagrees with that, you pampered pussy bitch. You $5,000 shirt wearing West Hollywood Nepo baby fuck. There are huge steps between nonviolent resistance and raping and murdering people at a fucking festival. Jesus Christ.
Ethan, why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did.
Also, by the way, remember when it sounds like these guys talk about how you sweep? What do you mean by sweeping, bro? These guys talk like they're drama frogs, like they're looking at a T channel. Meanwhile, did you just clip chimp Nelson Mandela? Excuse me, what?
You cut him out of context.
No, he's a Zionist. What do you mean? Like he's talking philosophically. He's talking philosophically.
He's irrelevant. We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela. And whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever. There are numerous instances
Inevitability, a philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What does that have to do with anything? I thought you just said American terror watch lists don't matter. Like it's...
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you're talking about the Houthis.
That's not what you were talking about. Did you see that huge pivot now? I don't think Ethan doesn't like the Houthis because they're on the terrorist watch list. He doesn't like them because they're fucking attacking. They're doing terrorism. By your own definition, Hasan, you said they were engaged in terrorism.
You like to use the terrorist watches when you're talking about Hezbollah.
I mean, I gave you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Yes.
Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance, you mean sabotage.
ready for rebellion,
Sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage
Who
and
do you
government
think that was a warning to?
infrastructure.
Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that
Israel?
you are
Because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you
Palestine
think
to be
it suits your
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable.
Yeah,
you refuse
why are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are they
Israel.
making it worse?
I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come to
making
terms
it
with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation, but kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make
that wasn't
to
and what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with the
civilians.
tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this.
Well, okay, no, wait. Ethan should have let him finish. So the goal was to draw out concessions from Israel. How's that going? How's that going? Are they closer to peace or further from peace than they were on October 6th?
Over and over again.
I'm just saying,
after
Hamas is
17
a bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide, okay? What do you think?
One day you're going to watch a video response I make.
Probably not, when you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped him, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type
When did I
of
say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed
Lie.
to you said that on numerous occasions
I said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan,
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay? I mean, you're going to do great. You're going to do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan,
and
you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999 that I was referring to. Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Yeah. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His approach is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela
He needs to force a concession on this. Don't let Hasan try to fucking right the conversation in this direction. Ethan needs to force a concession. Do you think that the ANC would have committed the October 7th attack? That's the question.
Like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means
of resistance. Do I think Nelson Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing it genocide because Palestinians are not resisting.
Less than 100 civilians died in a 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800.
But I am so 800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're always bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the
far shorter period. Ask him how long apartheid was for.
South African side, as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
Where did Sinwar come from? They literally let this fucker out of an Israeli prison to go back and orchestrate October 7th. What are you talking about? What an unbelievably crazy statement.
Sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this, okay? You
you
can tell me or you cannot.
Okay.
You want to, I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids. So.
Yeah. And when did I deny that? Listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that.
Like, they're more like, oh, Israel was aligned with apartheid South Africa? Wow, that's really horrible, Chief. Why did all the Palestinians, by the way, get kicked out of Iraq? Isn't that kind of weird? Why would they get kicked out of Iraq? I thought that they were friendly. It's because Arafat aligned himself with Saddam Hussein when he fucking invaded Kuwait, and Iraqis were so fucking ass-pained after that, rightfully so, because Saddam Hussein was not a cool dude. That I think it wasn't from Iraq, actually, it was from Kuwait. The Kuwaitis were so fucking unhinged, or not unhinged, they were ass-pained about it. I think it was like 200,000 Palestinians were expelled from Kuwait after that because Arafat was such a fucking Saddam Hussein simp.
You have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in,
and that was the guy that started the PLO. You know, we think the PLO is such a cool party, but whatever.
I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop
Good
babying
one.
this man,
Good one.
please.
Good one.
He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more?
Yeah.
I'm not targeting the crew. These are my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
They
Bad
are
Empanada called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos
Why are
a
you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course.
Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? I don't agree with anything this guy says. Meanwhile, didn't you play poker with a Trump supporter? Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? Yeah, I watch a ton of his videos and everything on my stream, and I support and basically co-sign every unhinged attack he does against you. But also, aren't you friends with a guy who was a Zionist or whatever? Like, the double standard is unreal, dude.
You endorse him.
Ethan,
I've endorsed
his YouTube video essays that I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
Right,
I don't endorse.
Oh my God, dude.
Stop being a coward and watch some fair criticism.
Overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe I will watch Context Puke live, as a matter of fact, not in a cowardly way. I like that. This is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made. No, dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for
like Hasan literally is one of the biggest debate dodgers of all time, unless he thinks it's somebody that he can bully in a debate. So I don't know why he would even bring this point up, but okay.
Context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Just watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is
what charity? I don't know what he's talking about. What charity? I don't. That's not a real thing, right? Certainly, he's not talking about Creator Clash, because I thought they donated. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was $0 for Creator Clash 2. $0, I think, was the number.
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
You fucking hate everybody that is.
I know it's not his ass pain because Ethan knew it. Oh, whatever. Okay, fine.
Even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity.
By the way, what Hasan is doing here also is what I accuse these people of all the fucking time, okay? Charities are just ways for streamers to quantify their clout. And the idea that you would use a charity as some kind of shield or whatever from criticism is the most cowardly fuck thing you could ever fucking do, ever.
It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Oh, now you don't know?
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Chirping? Okay, perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch content puke,
and then we
can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Good job.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Why don't you donate, Hasan? You know that there's a difference. You can't really say like you donated when you're just doing a fundraiser and making your community donate. Those are like two different things, right?
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
Oh, this is why Hasan and all the leftists get so mad when they talk about capitalists like Jeff Bezos donating. Because they say that, oh, you're just donating to make it so people don't criticize you. It's because it's what he does. Fuck, I got it.
I know you guys fucking, I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? I never looked.
Think about it.
What was the views that I never looked?
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher, yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So.
I had 120,000. I wasn't looking. He was looking at Ethan's views the whole time.
We're gonna have to do something. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience.
Up, dude.
If you think
so
that,
I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after...
And you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who's a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right,
I gotta go. All
right, you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we also love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that. I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Idiot, what idiot?
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours. We're going on 5 hours here.
Damn.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose like at the end tail that. It's like, dude, I can't.
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he was like, whatever. People will analyze this.
Yeah, I'd say both sides got the clips they wanted. That's the
that's kind of the thing, right? It's like anything. Both sides declare victory at the end of the day, baby, and nothing really changes. So what can you do?
All right.